Welcome to Habit Awakening, a beautiful, gorgeous wellness center who will adjust you mentally, emotionally, and physically. Also, it will help you to manifest your finance, anything and everything you desire for. This place is a very beautiful place which is located in Crona Del Mar. So please book your appointment today. Welcome to Avid Awakening, a beautiful, gorgeous wellness center who will adjust you mentally, emotionally, and physically. Also, it will help you to manifest your finance, anything and everything you desire for. This place is a very beautiful place which is located in Crona del Mar. So please book your appointment today.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for Avid Advice Live with Fia Johansson. Live from AvidAdviceLive.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv.
This is Avid Advice Live
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Thank you. Thank you, Mother Nature. Thank you for all the gifts and all the blessings. We hear you loud and clear. We hear your aching heart. And we hear your call for renewal.
Thank you, coronavirus. Thanks for the opportunities. Thanks for the opportunity of a lifetime to gain an unparalleled enlightenment. I thank the universe for the opportunities it is providing us now. The opportunity to slow down and reflect on our lives. The opportunity to rethink our being and the purpose of our lives. The opportunity to spend time with those around us and our loved ones. The opportunity to better get to know my partner, my kids, the love of my life, my parents, and all. The opportunity to re-evaluate our lives and our life directions as well as our purposes. The opportunity to refocus, re-energize, reorganize, rebuild ourselves. The opportunities to get out of our busy and self-focused lives and pay attention to the world around us. The opportunity to value our friends and social interactions. The opportunity to have access to product and services when we want them. The opportunity to recognize and appreciate every little things in our life that we did not even see before. The opportunity that we love another. The opportunity to see that even the pretty faces on TV are nothing but an image. The opportunity to realize that my worth is not my status. The opportunity to understand that we all need one another. The opportunity to believe in ourselves and believe in our power and believe in God. Thank you, COVID-19. Thank you, coronavirus. Thank you to value our friends and our social interactions. For the opportunity to have access to products and services when we want them. The opportunities to recognize and appreciate every little things in our life that we did not even see it before. Thank you, coronavirus. Thank you. Thank you. And thank you. Thank you for allowing us to put aside all our problems. Thank you for stopping us. Thank you so much. Thank you for making us appreciate the luxury we lived in. The abundance of products, freedom, health, wealth, love, anything we wanted. Thank you. Thank you. And thank you, coronavirus. The earth was begging us and begging us and begging us to stop for a very long time. And thank you that you helped the earth to breathe, to feel fresh and rebuild herself. This virus is with us, is an inside of our brain, our mind, our body, our soul. This virus came to us to show us how little and how tiny we are. This virus shows us the opportunity to see that the king of all beings is vulnerable to a tiny virus. This virus came to our life to show us that we are nothing than just soul. And this virus came to our life to show us to be kind and lovable, to send positive energies and love to others. Thank you, coronavirus.
I thank the Mother for providing us with an opportunity to listen to it again. I thank for the second chance for renewal and refreshment and replenishment. I thank the universe for cleansing and purging all the negativity created for so many years, the pollution, the warming, the abuse of resources, the waste and our ignorance to protect our homes and our community. The nature is acting and reacting to our misguided ways. Isn't it time for us perhaps take a page from the lesson to recognize what's around us? Thank for the blessings that are coming our ways each and every day. I trust the universe to guide me, protect me, and direct me to being better than the day before. I thank all the gifts that I receive each and every day in my life.
There is somebody's mom here. She directed to you right now.
Fee was actually channeling my mother.
I have her right now with me.
She passed away 3 years ago.
She says, forgive me.
Hearing from my mom was amazing.
What she told you before, 3 days before she passed.
That she loves me and that she'll see me soon.
She's directing me another woman in the room. Please.
My grandmother was my mentor growing up.
There's two women that directed by her right now. You and her. She's talking about the man that she was concerned, and she's still concerned, and she asked for forgiveness for that man as well.
The man that she brought forward to forgive, that's my brother.
She's telling you to stop being weak. Bring more confidence into your life.
You know, we're all at different points in our lives. We've all been through different experiences, traumas, excitements, joy.
She's proud of you. You're quick in something. You stopped something that was very hard for you to do.
You wouldn't think that a few, like 10 years ago, that I was addicted to drugs.
She says, I'm proud of you. Continue.
I never stopped asking the universe to show me the way.
She's talking about your pain. Let it go.
I don't have to have that story anymore. I don't have to hold on to the story of my pain, of my past, of my trauma. Today, I can let it go.
Let it go! She said, can you forgive me?
Yes.
Say goodbye to all things that could stop you to succeed, to feel good, to connect with your soul. Say yes high.
Yes.
Loud.
Yes.
Louder.
Yes.
She's asking you, can you forgive that person? She's directing someone else. She's directing a man. She's directing someone. Can you forgive that person? Can you forgive that person for her? Loud.
Yes, I forgive him.
Why you do forgive him? She want to know.
I forgive him for myself.
You are worthy enough to do everything for yourself. Not for anybody else, for yourself.
I know that takes a lot from her, but she gives, and she gives, and she gives.
She's asking you to be strong, to be powerful, to be connected to your soul. You don't need anyone's affection and approval to be perfect. You are already perfect. Believe in yourself.
Yes.
Just say, yes, I do believe in myself.
Yes, I do believe in myself.
Louder.
Yes, I do believe in myself.
Louder.
Yes, I do believe in myself. And I believed in her. We're all from Brooklyn, New York, so there was a very Jewish Italian community there where people's homes were open and they would intermingle and share their faiths, share their food.
She's talking about backyard. She's talking about the trees. She's talking about dishes. She's talking about the chicken. She's talking about the chair. She's talking about everything. Please direct her what she's trying to say.
Nana's house.
Nana's, my mom's house. We all lived together. I mean, they lived there with my mom and my dad. They were always together. We were always together, always cooking. She actually made a better chicken parmesan than my mother.
Yeah, hers was better. But don't tell her that.
Yeah, don't tell my mom that.
Don't tell Nana.
There is a power in sadness. There is a power in pain. And the power comes when you overcome it.
Talking to her really, really helped me, I think. It's definitely gonna kind of just clear my mind of all the negative thoughts that I had.
My father, Congressman Ron Dellums, who passed away a year and a half ago, visited Fia.
Today was a day to remember Ron Dellums, who in 1970 brought to Congress an anti-war and anti-apartheid stance that was branded as radical and dangerous.
Oh my God. He's asking, do you remember my hand?
Oh, yeah.
Do you remember what I told you?
Yeah.
Do you remember why I told you?
Yeah.
Dellums' youngest daughter, Piper, is proud that her father became an early voice against oppression in South Africa, applying pressure that would one day bring an end to apartheid.
You said, take my legacy, take my mantle. You're the smartest person I know. Go into the world and heal the land and do it in your way.
You know, Ron never gave up. He never became bitter. He loved people.
This is not my hand, this is your dad. He wanted you to tell again, louder, louder and clear what he told you.
I'm passing you my mantle. I'm passing you my anointing. I'm passing it to you. You're the smartest one that I know. Run. There's so much work to be done. Run, run, run and heal the world, and don't stop. Do it in your way. Run, baby girl. Do it in your way. So she's spoken to me like a sister, but also like an angel.
He said, I saw you when you cried in front of that candle. Why did you cry?
She's given me the faith and trust and support that was being given me by my dad before he left. So she's done this beautiful transition of allowing me not to feel the void of his leaving. I don't know where to go when I'm not speaking with you, or I just don't know how to feel safe in the world without you in it. In the area where I don't have a female in my life, because I don't have a relationship with my mother, and I don't have a sister. She has stepped in with the feminine to remind me that I am also loved and purposeful and beautiful and worthy, that I'm valuable.
It's not just me that tried to basically sending you messages and changing her. So she changed me in so many ways as well.
So our silly song goes this way. We are the key to do more than just let it be. The key to our destiny is in the hands of our humanity. His love is more than a philosophy, 'cause we are the key.
We are the key.
We are the
but
key.
Diamond's key.
Welcome back to the Global Entrepreneurship Initiative. I'm excited to introduce our next speaker, Ms. Fia Johansson, who's better known as the Persian medium and subconscious mind surgeon. She's a multi-talented motivational speaker, clinical hypnotherapist, and celebrity psychic medium. An author who works closely with law enforcement to help locate missing people and solve difficult criminal cases with detectives and as well as private investigators. Throughout her career, she's helped thousands of people identify personal roadblocks to help them truly believe in their own path to success, whatever that dream may be. Her greatest passion in life is helping others achieve their ultimate dreams and desires, teaching people to believe that truly anything is possible. Please help me welcome to the stage Ms. Fia Johansson.
Well, hello everyone. I love the spirit in this room. Really, I do. You guys having amazing spirits, which actually helping millions of people so far. As Nick said, my name is Fia Johansson. I'm a medium and subconscious mind surgeon. I will share a couple of my stories of my life, which both kind of funny, at the same time a little bit hurtful, but good to know about how the medium could feel sense as a person. I was at the age of 7.5 when I found that I have some sort of power. Of course, first it was kind of odd, a little bit difficult to understand myself, and I kind of like felt something is not correct with me because I could see, feel, and sense things before things happened. I went to my mom and asked, what's wrong with me? Nothing, you're good. Should I take you to the doctor? No, I don't know, but I can feel and sense that something crazy is going to happen to my grandma, example. Something is going to happen to my uncle, and all this stuff. However, they're trying to tell me to don't say anybody when you feel and sense something bad is going to happen to them, because I don't wanted them to be scared and see that we should not be even near them. I says, okay, at the age of 7.5, I should just like not saying anything and just relax. At the age of 11, I found one of the most hurtful untruths about my life, which was completely true. I found out that my grandma, who actually I knew and I felt as a mom, is just my grandma and not my mom. My grandpa was my grandpa and not my father. My uncles, they never been my brothers and they've been just my uncles. And my mom, not ever been my sister, and she always been my mother. But this truth been always held and hidden by my family until my grandma passed away. Before that, I had a life as a princess, spoiled completely. And they would definitely give me anything and everything that I want. After she passed, I figured I don't have anyone anymore. My mom is too young. I don't have no feelings as a daughter and mother connections. I feel completely lost, and I found myself, what should I do now? I do have some gift that could help me so far, but should I just like push myself down and see that, oh, this is a trauma. I have to just like be depressed. Now I lost this and that, and I found the truth about my life. And I found about my father. Who is my father? Somebody. Where is he? Another country. Okay. I tell myself, get up, stop it right now. It doesn't matter which family you had. It doesn't matter what they told you. It doesn't matter what happened. What it matters right now is to open the new chapter in your life. And I will completely left alone by myself without anybody to taking care of myself. At the age of 14, I asked my uncle, who left Iran to Stockholm, Sweden, if there is possibility to take me there. He said, maybe or maybe not, but I will do my best. 3 months later, I felt and I sensed I will be there. I'm not belonging in this country anymore, and I don't want to. I went to Sweden, Stockholm, and waited that my uncle is going to come and pick me up. Nobody showed up. Gosh, again, I'm here. My uncle is not here, and I don't even know that language. I couldn't speak English. Nothing. Okay. Then, Miss Fia, you are here with nobody again. So what happened? I tell myself, you are deaf and you are blind. Deaf and blind. What a deaf and blind person can do? I can't talk to anybody. I can't see anything, but I have to activate some other power inside of my body again at the age of 14. So I tried to communicate with people, try to talk or communicate with some officers and ask about, like, where am I? I know that I'm in Stockholm, but I don't even know where to go. So basically, I found some hotel and stay there and just like think about like what happened with my uncle. So I found out that he had a car crash almost a couple hours before that he went to come and pick me up. So they take 1 month for me and for him to recover, to come out after coma and come and find me. So in 1 month, I was left over in a country with the minus 30 degrees. I mean it, minus 30 degrees, and I'm not joking. I could feel that I can't breathe sometimes, but I could have a lot of, ice in my nose and my ears and everything. Whatever I felt, you know what? Fia, you do have a power. Trust yourself, believe in yourself, build the new chapter. Again, this is your second chapter in another country. So I prayed, I connect to my divine, I sense, and all of a sudden, 3 families, without even knowing who they are, what they are up to, they reach out to me out of nowhere. How? I went out to the Starbucks, but basically there is no Starbucks. It was something, looked like or similar to Starbucks, and saw some lady that's sitting there and crying. I went and said, well, I can't speak. What should I say? Okay, the only things that I can do is a love language. Maybe I should hug her. Maybe I should just like say, I'm here. And it was a Swedish girl, of course, blondie, and I'm kind of like a black hair. Well, that maybe she's gonna get scared a little bit. But I says, like, don't worry about it. Just go and get it done. So I did that, and she hugged me so hard. Was like, what's going on? What's happened to you? She's starting to talk. I couldn't understand, barely nothing. Swedish language, come on, guys. You guys don't want to even learn. It's very difficult and very hard. I said, okay, it's just continue and continue. I felt and see that she lost the baby, or actually the baby was missed in the past of almost 4 years. And she basically went to the family and asked questions about, like, where can I go? How can I find? Because it was in another state, and they come back to the Stockholm, and then she all of a sudden just break down. I said, I can help you. I feel where the baby is, or somehow I can see the baby. They didn't understand what I'm saying. I was like, oh my gosh, what should I say? It's like translating. I do remember that day. So basically after almost 2 hours, some Persian family who they could actually speak my language, finally Persian, so they could understand exactly what I'm talking because they've been closest friend to that Swedish family. My career started at the age of 14 in Stockholm. Just 2 months after I landed in this minus 30 degrees of country. So my point is, whatever I had in my life, I've always been thankful and grateful. I never said why I don't. I never said why me. I never said how. I always say, come on, get up, find a way, go, that's it. So never give up. And I always learn myself, don't be logic, be biologic. Because that's the only way you can feel and sense yourself and others. Always send love and receive love. Never give up about your goals. And of course, the first month, because I did not have enough money, I left with almost 120 crackers and waters. And it's possible. As a human, we can live with 120 crackers and water every day, which I did because I did not have money, no place to go, countries with no language. Then after that, I feel like I have to build my company. I built my company almost 3 years later. It was about like $4.5 million company with almost 55 Swedish employees. And what I did that, not just helping police officers and private investigators and all this stuff, I did this because I felt that Swedish people rejected me one after each other. Why? Because I'm come from another country. I said, you know what? I make a decision now. I am going to build my own company, and you are going to pick me to hire you. This is me now, Fia Johansson. So now I'm not going to be a blondie lady, but I'm going to be the black hair lady with a lot of power of will. So my will power make my company became super successful back in Stockholm. Almost 8 years ago, I felt that I have to move to America. I find my love of my life. And when I come here, I felt, okay, you left your country the way that you love, basically after so many years, and now you want to just start from scratch. So I knew about 5 languages already, but my English was not good at all. So I couldn't barely speak English. I was like, okay, start it again, Miss Fia. Now this time, maybe English is much easier than and faster than Swedish. So that was all I had. And now I have over $5.5 million, almost $6 million company, and actually have over 250 employees worldwide that are working for me in America. So everything is possible, even you don't know about the language. So remember that, deaf and blind always will help you and send love and passion to yourself and anything and everything you want. Everything is possible. Welcome to Avid Awakening, a beautiful, gorgeous wellness center who will adjust you mentally, emotionally, and physically. Also, it will help you to manifest your finance, anything and everything you desire for. This place is a very beautiful place which is located in Corona Del Mar. So please book your appointment today.
To A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for Insights into Consciousness with Anna Olson. Live from AnnaOlsonIntuitive.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
AskOneRadio.com psychicradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is Insights into Consciousness
On A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hi, good evening. I'm Anna Olson here on A1R Radio with my show Insights into Consciousness. I'm here every Thursday, 6:30 Pacific Standard Time, which is also 9:30 Eastern Standard Time. I'm very excited today because I have somebody that I'm going to be able to do a reading on the air. And it's great to get a volunteer because I just love doing free readings for people if they want them. And my guest tonight is Ariel Peraza. How are you doing, Ariel?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm really happy to be here. I feel honored to have been chosen.
Well, thank you. I'm just so happy that you're here. And like a little backstory about us, we met at Tamed Wild, right? When we were doing like a moon party. Yeah. And I remember doing my first reading on you, and I think it was at the Halcyon store, and we just kind of did a little bit of like a small reading, and then ever since then we've done little readings here and there, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and so then you
when I mediumship help.
Right.
Sure.
Yeah. And then, it's been nice to just basically kind of follow along, on your timeline and just help you out with whatever you need. And I know today that you were wanting to go over some career and basically financial, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Purpose.
So go ahead.
Like just what I should be doing on a day-to-day basis, all that.
Okay, great. So what you can do, maybe baby steps on a daily basis to get to whatever goal. And we want to kind of also look at the goal, right?
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. So what I can do is start out with the question. So the question would be, what would be the best path to reach the career that would be best for you? Do you want to try that one? We can start out that way.
Yeah, that's perfect.
Okay. So, the first thing that I'm getting for you is a card. It's a number 7, and it's called Nourishment. The Nourishment card is really just about filling yourself up and doing things that will nourish whatever it is that you want to go into, whatever career it is that you want to just really start heading towards and working towards. And I'm seeing, also your health. So are you interested in things like health or herbs or things like that, or beauty?
Definitely. Like I love all of that. But I kind of knew that was going to come up. I feel like something like I need to be more conscious of what I'm eating. And just, I don't know. But yeah, I love herbs and vegetables and fruits. I just also like to eat like snacks. So I don't know. I know it has to do with that.
We all love snacks, Ariel. You're fine. Well, and the other part of it is also nourishing your heart chakra. So I'm also seeing that there is some, work to just do emotionally, and that's part of nourishing ourselves too. And what's interesting is that you're talking about the nutrition and what you're eating, and that correlates really, really closely with how we are emotionally and how we are spiritually. And, it's kind of like however we're doing emotionally, spiritually is usually reflected in what we're eating. And they're usually pretty connected. And so that's interesting that came up, because the better we do with our health, the better we usually do with our goals and what we're doing on a daily basis to get towards our goals. But I do see that you have an understanding of the law of attraction.
Mm-hmm.
So have you been practicing that lately?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because I see that it's working.
Oh my gosh. Amazing.
And if you think about it, here we are doing a live reading on the air, last minute, that you sourced with the law of attraction.
I told you, I was just thinking yesterday, I need to get a reading with Anna next week, because I just feel like I've been really in touch with the spirit world lately, and I want to know about that. I don't know.
Right. And this is spirit telling you that you are doing it right, that it's working.
Yay.
And it's just coming up in the reading. So isn't that kind of a beautiful thing how this works?
Makes me happy.
Yeah, it's these wonderful synchronicities that I notice, that just pop up. They're revelatory synchronicities. And here we are, on the air. You get this free reading, and we get to go over all your goals. So this is beautiful. And I'm excited. I'm really excited. I love this stuff. I love doing readings and seeing how these things are just timed perfectly. And this is just a reminder that your spirit guides and your angels are really working for you.
I feel it. I definitely feel it.
Right. I feel that too. And I think it's beautiful. And the only other thing that I could see that might be helpful is just, with the new moon and the full moon, we kind of tend to remember to release things that aren't serving us anymore and to set new goals towards what it is that we want. So I feel like you've done some of this releasing. And of course, we're always continuing to do more of the releasing, but that now's the time to really set your goals because you have been releasing the things that aren't serving you. Now you have more room in your electromagnetic field and your emotions and everything else to go forward and not be dragged down by some of these things that may have been wasting your time and your energy on things that aren't serving you.
Yeah.
So
I feel that. Yeah.
Yeah, this is all really good. So yeah, and I think it's also about you having more of your own time. So more of your free time to just do what you need to do by yourself.
Yeah, I feel that. Definitely. I enjoy that. I enjoy doing stuff by myself.
Well, I think I know you have a little one, your mom, and it's like you have probably a limited amount of time to yourself and for the things, that you've been wanting to work towards. But of course, you're intelligent. I'm getting that you're intelligent and that you're also very open.
I am.
So that's going to work for you in a way of being able to utilize your time that you have, whatever time you do have, to work towards your goals. So I also feel like there's some help from friends. Do you have help from friends to kind of either figure out what it is that you'd want to do or help with meeting your goals or just supporting you in your goals or?
A lot of help from my family and friends with my child. And I feel very supported by my community, which feels good. And I think that is valuable.
Right. And that's what I'm getting is going to be really helpful for you moving forward. Now I'm getting that there's a male presence who may be a kind of an energy suck. This could be, your child's father. It could be an ex, or it could be just like masculine. I'm feeling like it's a male energy and that it's a little draining. So is that sounding familiar?
Kind of. Yeah. I feel like always hard co-parenting with my son's father. I feel like I do more than he does. He gets insulted when I say stuff like that. So it's always like trying to find a balance. But I'm pretty clear about what I want and I kind of demand it. So I don't know.
So you're able to set some pretty good boundaries.
Yeah. Yeah, I am.
Okay. So that's a good thing. I would just continue with those boundaries because I think what may happen is it may start to wear you down if you start to get into something like your job or schooling and you just might not want to deal with it. But to keep those boundaries nice and solid and just to make sure that you ask for help from all of your support group and to continue that. Because if you're going to get through, like, let's say a training program or really learn to do something where you can have a nice, solid career, you're going to need to invest the time in a very methodical way where you're consistent. And now I don't know your ex at all, and I'm not trying to throw him under the bus at all. I know that our children's fathers are very valuable parts of our lives and our children's lives, but I am feeling like he may try to sabotage because there's a story going on in his head about how you fill in the blanks, and that's why he fill in the blank. And so he may subconsciously, not like intentionally try to sabotage, but just in like a subconscious way where, but he needs to complete, there needs to be like a story that supports his narrative. Does that make sense the way I explained it?
I don't really get that part. I don't know. It's hard to understand.
And I know we're on the radio and we're kind of public here, but I mean, I'm just seeing that there may be something that will come up. And again, I'm not trying to devalue him or throw him under the bus or anything like that, but it's basically just about making sure that you stay really strong in your boundaries and to create what it is that you want. Now that we have that out of the way, to make sure you're solidified in setting those setting those career goals and everything, and then reaching them and being really consistent with it. I also think that there may be a few things that are unexpected coming up at home. So it may be that there may be a change in living situation. There may be a change in maybe what your loved ones need, like let's say mom, grandma, somebody who is maybe needing a few things extra. So that's just something to let you know about, like in advance, to be ready for that. There may be a shift in your living situation where one of the women, your elders, one of your matriarchs in the family may become more needy. And that's just, yeah. Okay.
My great grandma's, she's really old, and I might have to care for her in mid-July. So I could see that happen.
Okay, so we see that coming, and it's showing up in your reading. So, what's really wonderful is that I'm seeing that things will start going before mid-July for you to get either training or preparing for a career. So, yeah, because then it's saying that grandma, that whole transition will happen. Oh, good. Have you? Okay. So,
I have.
So you've been going to school. Okay. So what is it that you're going to school for?
Well, I think I'm going to get just an associate's in psychology and communications.
Awesome. Okay. Well, that's fantastic.
For now, I don't know what my overall degree will be. I don't know.
Okay. Well, great. I mean, taking those classes and getting through it is fantastic. So that's why I was getting that things will start before grandma has, some extra needs that you're going to need to take care of her. So this is all falling into place beautifully, which is perfect. So we know that spirit is on track and leading me into the right place. So that's all good. Now, this is where we talk about you being really creative, because I'm getting an action card for you now. I'm just going to show our viewers real quick, and maybe you can see it too, that this is an action card where she's basically working her magic, and she's just starting in on this, I don't know what you want to call it, like a project or something. I'm trying to get it to zoom in. But anyway, it's an action card where she's basically dancing. Her creativity is coming out. This is where your creativity needs to come out and really figure out what it is that you would be happy doing for the long term. So I hear you saying, well, I'm doing something, in psychology. I'm kind of interested in that. And what can get us really connected to what it is that we love to do and that we would just be the most happy doing and be worth spending all that time doing the training for it is when we get into our creative element. So this is also the divine feminine, where us women, we get real creative. You can do art, you can start really, putting just something where you're putting your hands in the dirt, or you're there's dance, there's music, all those really wonderful creative things that just speak to your heart. And this is where I'm seeing it would be really beneficial for you to really start getting aligned with your creativity so that you can really get connected to spirit and what it is that you would be most happy doing for others. So when you're the happiest doing that for others, they're going to get the most benefit because you're going to be so good at it. It'll be like your forte. It'll be like your trade. So I'm definitely getting to get into that creative element and get into your gratitude of what it is that you just are so thankful for. What is it that you are just elated to be part of in your life? The first thing I go to is my family, your relationships with those close to you, your home, a bed to sleep in, your food, everything. There are a lot of people who are really struggling right now. They don't, they're wondering if they're going to lose their house, their place to live. they're having trouble feeding their children, basically. And the pandemic has done this to so many people. So, I think it's about getting into your gratitude and just feeling that beautiful gratitude of like, thank you, thank you, thank you. I, say thank you 3 times every time I think of what I'm grateful for. And the more gratitude we give, the more that we're on the receiving frequency. So I really feel like that gratitude and your creativity, getting into those 2 elements will be very helpful for you. And I can already see, like, you've done your hair blue. It's gorgeous. I can see you're very creative. And I can see that, yeah. And, even when I first met you, you just had on like this beautiful long gown, and you had done your hair and your makeup beautifully. And I can tell that you have that creative spark in you just from observing you. So that's a good quality that you have. And then to just be really open to whatever, don't say no to anything just because you're like, well, I don't know if I'd like that. I think that really you'd be really good at doing something where there's not a lot of judgment to pass, like, because I really feel like you're very non-judgmental.
Mm-hmm. I'm very non-judgmental, yeah.
And that you would, yeah, I think that that's really, really true about you, that you'd be really open to working with just about anybody from any walk of life. So that could be social worker, it could be psychologist, but I really feel like psychologist it can be very sterile. And there are a lot of rules and regulations, not a lot of room for creativity or doing things your way. And I feel like because you're so creative and because of your personality, you may need something a little more independent, where you're not so controlled.
I could see like what I really want is like just like a space where I could like have all of my friends together to like just like doing readings and growing vegetables and all that. I don't really know how I'm supposed to acquire like the financial means to do something like that. That's the thing. But that's like my dream.
Well, that sounds like a co-op.
Yeah, that's exactly like that's how it would be, like all like sisterhood and
That sounds really beautiful. I mean, that sounds like a beautiful dream.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of ways you could go about doing that. But it's also, I think, about getting the people that you can trust in your circle.
That's true. Yeah. Yeah. I know that in time it's all going to kind of fall into place, honestly. So I'm just kind of like you said, the baby steps along the way.
Right.
In the meantime.
Yeah. And I think that either way that, you're just beginning those classes and getting those, basically your associates out of the way. If you need to take more classes to transfer something, great. Sometimes things come up though, and I'm getting this for you, where you would be able to get training, like you'll find something you love, and it's going to be more creative, and it's going to align beautifully with your vision. I mean, I don't want to say anything specific about what it would be. Well, Spirit isn't actually telling me what it would be specifically, because it's your journey to find it, and that's part of your growth process. So sometimes Spirit says, no, she has to find it on her own, but I see it coming. I see that this is the doorway. What you're doing now is the doorway into it, and that you're just going to grow and grow and grow.
Okay. Yeah, I feel that too. I feel like Spirit doesn't want to tell me either. But I'll just do what I'm aligned to do in the meantime, I suppose.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a great idea.
I'm 24. So, I mean, I know things will happen when they're supposed to.
I think you're right. And I think that it's almost like it'll fall into your lap, and to just keep up with the self-love that you have, and just to cultivate that as much as you can. Because I do so many readings on women who have a lot of issue with self-love and just nurturing themselves from a young age. They rush into marriage. They rush into things that they're not ready for. They rush even into their career because they know that they should do something, but they don't really know what. And so they rush into something that isn't going to really benefit them long term, and they feel like they wasted their time. But I think it's great that you're being patient. I think it's great you have such a social structure of support. It's very important. And I really also feel like you may not realize it, but it's really, I feel like you're a little deprived in like doing the things you really love, you know, maybe going out to a movie with a friend, or staying in and just having time with a friend. It's like your time with it's your son, right? You have a son. Like your time with
I feel really guilty do stuff like that. It's
you
really
what?
interesting.
You feel like
I feel
what?
really guilty when I don't know, I don't want to be like a irresponsible mother. So,
Well,
I don't know.
I understand that. I understand that sort of guilt. That's a very common guilt. I think a lot of people, some people tend to say if you go out with your friends, you're selfish and you're not spending time with your child. But in reality, what's happening there is, you know, we get so used to being around our children, we love being around them so much that we don't want to leave them. And I think that it's actually better for us to get that time of that self-care, self-nurturing, so that we can still cultivate ourselves. And then when we're coming back into, you know, the home with our children, they've missed us a little bit. We've missed them a little bit. And we're happy to see them again, like even more so than, you know, than before we left. And then you're filling yourself up so that you can give more to your children or the people around you or school or whatever it is. It's about doing things that make you feel good. And it should be things that when you come home and you're done, you feel happier. You feel filled up, you know. And do you think that being around your son filled up and happy is better than if you're overwhelmed or you're not getting any time to yourself and being around him?
No,
Yeah.
you're right.
So yeah, that's just how it works. And I understand the guilt, but really it should be the other way around, because you really, the more you nurture that self-cultivation and that self-love, it's going to really benefit you and your son. So he's going to have a happy mom around the more that you do that.
Sure.
So yeah, we have just a few minutes left, but I just want to see if there's anything else you want me to see if I can get a hit on. Any other questions?
Well, no, not really.
Okay, we covered everything.
Yeah. I know that what I'm supposed to do is going to come to me eventually.
Yes, I think so. And, you know, I think as long as you just continue doing what you're doing, you're on the right track. And I think we also went over just the right things for being on the air and being on the, you know, having a video and being on the radio and everything. We didn't get too personal, but it was just enough to like give people an idea of what we go over sometimes. And yeah, just stay on the same track. You're getting there. You'll get there. And I think that it's very possible for you to have your co-op environment. And I think you'd be surprised at how quickly that can come. Well, I'm all out of time. I have about 90 seconds left. But thank you so much for being on tonight. I'm glad that we could do the reading.
Thank you so much. This was awesome. All right.
And you have a wonderful night. I'm here anytime you need me. I'm also here to do readings for anyone else. My website's AnnaOlsonIntuitive.com. It's at the bottom of the screen, and you can also see it on my Facebook page, which is Anna Olson Intuitive. So I hope everybody has a wonderful night. Please tune in next week, which is every Thursday here on A1R. You can also see this streamed live on my Facebook page, Anna Olson Intuitive, and you can always tune in as well on ask1radio.com, ask1radio.com, to see all about the information on readers and showtimes. So please have a wonderful weekend. I will see you next Thursday. Thank you so much and have a great night.
listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for a gateway to the spirit world with Gail Moffat. Live from GailMoffat.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv.
This is a gateway to the spirit world
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello and welcome to A1R Psychic Radio and Moonstruck TV. My name is Gail Moffat, and you can find me on all sorts of places because I'm on Facebook and Instagram and Twitter and YouTube. So just try and find me. Anyway, I believe we have 2 callers that are going to call in, and I'm going to be doing some readings for them, which is rather exciting. But before we go to them, I thought I'd just do a little talk and see where we go with this. And my first sort of area of talking is I was thinking about how when we look at people who are what we call clairvoyant or psychic, and they always talk about how they have a guide. And of course, I have a guide too, and I have more than one, and that's not too uncommon either. I'm not alone in that. And now I was sort of thinking about this, and I was thinking that for those people that consider themselves not psychic or able to do what I'm doing in any way, they probably think to themselves, wouldn't it be nice to have a guide? And I really wanted to just say to you that you do. You absolutely do, because every single person on this planet will have a guide, will have somebody that is allocated to them to help them on their path. And when we look to sort of having a reading on this program, and we think about how we would like to sort of connect with spirit and have some guidance or something of that nature. So what I'm saying is that it may be that you're unable to connect to your guide, but your guide will be prompting you, will be nudging you, will be bringing things into your life that you think, well, how did that happen? Or it's all going on despite you not being aware of it, because ultimately the objective of the guide is to make sure that you keep on track and keep to the path which is meant to be, because you've come to the earth to learn all sorts of lessons and do all sorts of things and have such fun and probably a bit of tears as well, because that's life. None of us are immune to that. But there they are, sort of nudging you and maneuvering you in certain ways. Obviously, one of the things that we do have is free will. So I don't want to say to you or to let you think that this guide is responsible for absolutely everything that's happened. And I can just sort of see some of you sort of later on tonight, how dare you do this to me? How dare you? Because that's not how it happens either. We have to take a little bit of personal responsibility for some of our actions that happen. But in addition to our guides, one of the things that we will also have is that people that we've loved, people that we know very well, who have passed over, will be around in our lives and be interested in lives. So let's say, for instance, you have a mum or a dad or somebody like that, and they will be just as interested in you and your life as they were before when they were here. They will want to nurture you in the same way that they did when they were here. And sometimes when people didn't do the nurturing when they were over here, when they were here, and they get over there and they think, oops, I've made a mistake, and they want to put things right, and then they want to do the nurturing. So it's interesting that in what I'm trying to say is that we do have a support network around us. We do have guides and loved ones that are around us. So whatever is going on in our lives, it's always good. Talk out to them, ask them for your help, ask them, I'm struggling with this, can you help me? And you'd be amazed, sort of, just sort of like that, they will have some sense of responsibility themselves. Obviously their responsibility is to help you, stick to the path, but also their responsibility is to, because they love you, they want to support you and help you get out of all sorts of sort of sticky situations, perhaps, or get into a sticky situation, whatever. Anyway, so that's my little talk about who's around us, and so it's not just, so when you think of clairvoyants or mediums or psychics that have guides, it's not just us, it's all of us. We all have people that are there to look after us. So I think we can go to a caller, and I believe we have Jean in Mandeville, Louisiana. Are you there, Jean?
Yes, I am, Gail.
Oh, hello, and how are you today?
I'm fine. How about you?
I'm all right, but I'm absolutely fed up with this lockdown. I'm desperate to go out, but I'm not. But I'm also too scared to as well. But anyway, we have different rules and regulations over in England than what you've got there. So I don't know what's going on in Louisiana, because different states have different situations, don't they?
Right.
Anyway, I am a medium, and what that means is I'm able to connect to my guide, and I can either look to give guidance, or I can connect to somebody that you've loved that has passed over and bring them forward. Is there a particular way that you would like me to work?
I would love guidance, and it would be nice if somebody who I loved and missed could come through.
Okay. Well, as I'm standing here, I was going to sort of, pin you down as to what sort of guidance you want, but I've got somebody sort of pressing on me at the moment, and I feel that you have a grandfather that's in spirit, and I almost want to call him like Grandpop or that sort of name. Would that make sense to you?
No, I was really hoping my mother come through to me, or my sister who passed.
Did you say your mother or your sister?
No, my brother or my sister.
Oh, brother and sister. Because well, I've got a gentleman, and I feel and I feel that he went. This person that I've got here is I feel he's a grandfather, and I feel like I want to go on your father's side of the family, and he's making me feel that there wasn't a strong connection with you. Does that make sense?
There was no connection with the
Right.
no.
Okay. Because I felt like you didn't really know him, or there was something of that nature, and I know that he's coming through for a particular reason, and I feel like he's been assigned to come through and deal with a matter that he feels is quite important, and he feels that he needs to settle something that has been has caused almost like a ripple effect in your family, that and he's making me feel that he needs to almost like put the record straight. Would that make sense as I'm starting to talk and connect with him?
Yeah, it's like I don't even remember talking to my grandpa, either one of either side. But
Yeah. Well, what he's saying to me is that he's saying to me that um, he he makes me feel that outside of his family that he was quite respected, but inside his family he makes me feel that he was a little bit of a tyrant. He was quite difficult and demanding, and I feel that he wasn't always kind to your father, and I feel also that um, he caused your father a lot of pain and hurt as a result of his actions. And I don't know whether what actually happened, why there's this sort of gap, but I know that he feels responsible for how your father is, because as a result, he's saying to me, as a result of his actions, his concern is that he affected your father in a way that sort of wounded him. And I don't mean in a physical wound. I mean more of an emotional wound. And he's saying to me that he would he feels that he feels a sort of sense of responsibility to how your father turned out, and also um, I feel like he wants to come directly to you and to make an apology, because what he's saying to me is that your father, as a result of his upbringing and the way that he was treated, ended up having how can I put this? I feel that your father, as a result of this, was didn't act in accordance with your wishes as what you would have liked for a father. Would that make sense to you?
my dad was the best, most respectful man I have ever met in my life. Um, it might have been in spite of it. I have no idea what he went through with his family. It just never talked about him. So
Yeah, because I do know that with your grandfather, because he makes me feel that he needs to apologize to you, because he makes me feel that he has impacted your father, and in some way there was a wound that never ever got resolved or sorted out, and he's saying to me that he's saying to me that he feels that he is he just keeps on saying to me he's responsible for how your father um, how your father there is something with your father that he your grandfather feels that your father it's almost as though, you know how somebody went out to war and they come back from war and they don't talk about it, and they don't sort of but they've got those wounds, they've got those scars, but they don't talk about it. And I just get that feeling with him that there are some wounds and some scars that your grandfather is aware of, and is embarrassed to let you know that he would have liked to have been a better father to him. And also, in addition to that, if he feels that if he was a better father to him, then he perhaps would have had he would like to have a better connection to you, and he's making me feel that the reason why he doesn't have a better connection to you is because of the way he treated your father, and he makes me feel like there's a gap that and it's a wound that never really got healed. I don't know if that makes any sense to you, but I just followed
No,
the
I'm
word
yeah,
that
because
was being
I'm
given
not
to me.
familiar. I have no idea.
Okay, well, is there anyone that you can ask about this? Because I don't want to force something on you, but I do feel I got that quite clearly. Um, it's because he's making me feel like he should have been a better father, grandfather to better father to your father. And he's saying to me that if he had changed his ways or not been so stubborn or pig-headed, he would have been in your life. And I feel like he makes me feel like he lived quite a long life as well. And I don't feel like he passed young. And because he's saying to me that, and he's just really wanting to apologize to you because as a result of his actions, you were restricted in your family life. And I feel that your restriction is not having him in your life. But perhaps you can, is there anyone that you could ask? Because
Not that I know of. No.
that's a shame, isn't it?
Yeah.
Then maybe you should go to another medium then, because I feel like this is a strong message that is wanting to come through. And I think that this is something that because he needs to get his. It's like, in my experience, what happens is that when people go over to the spirit world, they get their knuckles rapped for things that they have done, and what will happen is that through mediums they will always want to come back and apologize, and I feel very strongly that he his actions impacted family life, because I don't know what happened, whether he passed early or whether he was estranged from your father. But for one reason or another, I know that he feels guilty because he should have been there to support you and your family in the later years, and he wasn't. And he makes me feel that it was direct. He is a direct result of his actions, his behavior, and how he hurt your father. And I know that this was quite important, because normally I would just sort of push the point, and if you wanted a brother and sister, and I would have brought them through, but he was standing right in front of me before I even started, and I knew that he wanted to talk. So I'm going to leave it there, because we've run out of time. But I just, and maybe that's something that you can look into. I'm sorry that you don't recognise it, but I do feel quite strongly those are the words that he was giving to me, and I feel that and as I'm looking to him now, he's just taking a step back, and I feel like his shoulders are hunched, and he's just like emotional, because he feels like he hasn't achieved what he's set out to achieve, and I can
Well,
feel
I remember that. There's just nobody I can think of at this time, that I can ask.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Well, I've got another caller waiting, but if you want to connect with me and talk to me further, do find me on Facebook. My name is Gail Moffat, and maybe we could have a little bit of a chat in more detail or something like that, which is fine.
Thank you so much, Gail. I appreciate it.
Oh, no problem. And I hope we can throw some light on this, because sometimes it's the things that we don't know about is the biggest proof about mediumship. And so let's see what happens. And thank you very thank you. So I have now I'm not quite sure how to pronounce Lene in Syracuse, New York. Are you there?
Good. How are you?
I'm very well. How are you? So I am a medium, and I am able to connect to loved ones or give you guidance. Is there a particular way that you would like me to work?
Probably more so guidance.
Okay, and where would you like me to focus? We're very short of time, so let's get to the point so I can give you what you need.
Okay. Maybe like with relationships or like career and like life wise with the like well.
I've got relationship, career, and then something else I didn't quite catch.
Wealth.
Oh, love, sorry. And is there somebody in particular that you'd like me to focus on, or to see who's going to come forward?
We'll just see what happens.
Right, okay. So I have I'm just going to go straight to my guides and see what he has to say. I'm being told that you have in your love life, I'm being told that you've got yourself in a bit of a pickle more than once, and I feel like your emotions and your love life I feel like it's gone up and down and up and down, and I feel like that it hasn't sort of particularly run smoothly for you. Would that make sense?
Yeah, definitely.
And I'm being told also that that you have been asking out, why can't I have that perfect relationship? Why can't I, fall in love? Why can't I? Does that make sense?
Yeah.
And I feel also that one of the things that I'm being told is that your your like relationships of the future, I'm what I'm being told is I almost feel like some of the people that you have sort of dated or been involved with or whatever, I feel like you've really had your fingers burnt. But what I'm being told is that you've learned numerous lessons from this situation, or situations, should I say? And I feel like you've really sort of reevaluated who you are and what you want out of a relationship moving forward. Because what I'm getting is that you've learned like, I don't want that again, and I don't want this, and I'm going to be careful about that, and I was a bit naive here, and I shouldn't have done that there. And does that make sense to you? It's almost like you've created a bit of a love map. Would that make sense to you?
Yeah, for sure.
And what I'm being told is that almost like the next person, you've made a decision in your mind that you are going to be very careful and cautious over who you're going to meet, and get involved with. Because what I'm being told is, in your own mind, you're thinking that you don't want to be make any mistakes ever again. It's like you're done with mistakes, and you're quite firm in your thinking that you would like to get it right next time. And what I'm being told is that I'm being shown, I don't know whether you're religious in any way or whether you're going to become religious, but I feel like there's some sort of religious setting where you're going to meet somebody. Would that make sense? And it may be just a spiritualist church, or it may be like an ordinary church. I don't know, but I just feel like there's a religious setting where you're going to meet somebody. And would that make sense to you?
Well, I'm not typically religious, but
no, I didn't think you were. But I felt this was something unusual as well. Like I didn't feel that you were religious, but I just get that feeling because what I'm seeing is you sat on a pew in a church holding hands with somebody. And that's how it's been shown to me.
Okay. That's interesting.
I know, isn't it? Because I did feel straight away, I thought, I don't feel she's very religious. And so I really did feel that this was something that was unusual, an unusual setting. But what I want to say is that you will meet somebody, and I don't know whether I feel like you're meeting somebody, and I feel like you're going to be encouraged in that direction, and you're going to be more open and willing to embrace the idea of I feel like it's Christianity or religion of some sort, where you're going to embrace it because you're wanting to have a different life. You want to have somebody that's got good values and good morals and decent, and you're going to see it in that way, almost as though that somebody from this sort of environment is so different, so drastically different from anyone else that you've been involved with. And I just get the feeling that this is going to be the person that's actually going to treat you right, treats you well, and you're going to end up being quite serious with him. And I'm just being told by my guide, his name's Arthur, he is going to fall madly in love with you. How about that?
Sounds perfect.
And I do feel that you're going to end up getting married to him as well, because I've just been shown a ring on your finger. But it's going to be massively different from anything that you've ever experienced. It's almost like you're going to go reinvent yourself.
Yeah, so, it almost sounds like the opposite of what I go for.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm being told. Nothing like what you would normally look for, but I think it's your desire to actually have a relationship where somebody treats you right, and that's where you'd be open to it. So I want to thank you for calling in, and I hope that helps. And yeah, so thank you very much.
To A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for Angelic Connections with Carrie M. Bush. Live from Facebook.com/Carrie M. Bush.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page. Facebook.com/Psychic Radio.
Or one of our websites.
AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv.
This is Angelic Connection
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hey everyone, so welcome to Angelic Connections, the show that helps you to realign with your divine self and your divine light. So I am your host, Carrie Bush, coming from the UK. So how is everybody doing? How is everybody doing after that very, very powerful weekend we've just experienced? So we've just come through solstice energy, and we have also had the new moon solar eclipse. The energy was super strong, still super strong. I'm sure you're all feeling it. So energy is coming in waves at the moment, and this is why it's so important that we stay present. That is where our power is, and that's what's going to help us keep balanced and aligned. So because the energy is so strong, we are in retrograde season and we are in eclipse season still. So today we have got Neptune gone retrograde. So that is a total of 6 planets in retrograde. And that is a lot. It's retrograde season and energy is high. So on Thursday, actually, Venus goes direct. So we will have back to 5 planets in retrograde. And that will help balance things out a little bit. That will bring the energy a little bit lighter. But I'm going to be honest with you all, in eclipse season, it stays a quite intense energy until it closes in just under 2 weeks' time on the full moon. That's when the door to eclipse season closes. And, you know, we've kind of got this window, this just under 2 week window now to really create the new patterns, really work on your inner self and really work on letting go and moving forward. Because when that gateway closes, like I say, that's about the 4th or 5th of July, when we have the next full moon, that will be another eclipse. And then the gateway closes and kind of everything has been created then. So this is your window of opportunity. I know it feels heavy. We had actually, I don't know if anyone felt it, literally about 5 hours ago, we had another big wave come in. I know I felt it really, really strongly. Suddenly felt so tired, so heavy. And, you know, I've got a really, really bad headache. I've still got a headache now. So we need to be drinking lots of water. We need to be looking after ourselves. And this is why I say stay in the present moment, because the present moment is going to keep you grounded and balanced under this energy. If you are too far in the future or you're looking back to the past too much, you're going to kind of become unbalanced really easily under such powerful energy as this. So this is the time to be working on yourself. You've got to face what's coming up for you. You've got to see the patterns that are around you and see what needs changing around you. Because if we don't do it now, we're going to just keep repeating the same cycle. So if you've been in a bit of a cycle or a pattern where you feel frustrated and you just keep coming back to the same things, you're just maybe not manifesting what you want, and it's kind of driving you mad and you're just going round and round and round in circles, then this is the energy that you can put closure to that. This is the energy that you can move away from that. You are so supported and assisted under this energy, but you don't want to keep continuing, repeating these cycles, going round and round and round. Like I say, it's heavy energy, lots of activations, lots of ascension waves still coming in and going to continue to come in for the rest of the eclipse. So, you know, really, really strong energy, everybody. I have got a Facebook support group. It's called the Spiritual Soul Family, and it's a support group that helps you on your spiritual path. It's a subscription group of £25 a month, but this is a time for investing in yourself. anything that you do now that's investing in yourself, you're just going to get it straight back. You're just going to get it straight back and more. So now is the time for creating the new mindsets. And my group that I've developed can help you with just this. You know, we need to change the patterns now, and they need to come from within. We need to heal ourselves on a deep level. We need to create boundaries, self-love, move away from patterns that aren't helping us. We need to release energy, and my group will help you with this. My spiritual awakening journey began on a deep level in 2008 after losing my mum, and it was lonely. It was confusing. It kind of drove me round and round in circles. It seemed to be a very hard awakening because I kind of didn't understand everything that was going on around me. And this is why the angels guided me to set up this extra support group to help you get into balance and to help you create healthy patterns and kind of be aware of what's going on and what you can do to help yourself. So we got so much going on in the group, as well as, you know, connecting on a deeper level with myself and your soul family. So feeling supported, loved, and connected. We also have like regular oracle card readings, regular pendulum posts, questions answered. I do a daily live every single day and a card reading for that group to explain what is going on energy wise. And, you know, forewarned is forearmed. Often when we're aware of what's happening and what we're going to be navigating, then or what we're up against, it helps us with our mindset. So it's all about keeping you on the positive vibration. There's monthly workshops. We've also got some wonderful gurus on there, and we go live together each week, and that covers your dream interpretations, manifesting, energy work, and healing. So kind of covers all of the bases for you that you need to be doing, because when you're on a spiritual awakening journey, it is to better yourself, to create better patterns, and to release anything that doesn't serve you, and basically get yourself into full alignment. So connecting to the angels as well, I will show you how to do that on a deeper level. Lots and lots going on there. So you can find that on Facebook at Carrie M. Bush. And payment is due on the 1st, 2nd of each month. And you don't have to stay ongoing. But this is the time that would be ideal for you to invest in yourself and, put your needs as a priority, put your life, change your life for the better. And we can help you do that on the Spiritual Soul Family Group. So you'll find that on my Facebook page, Carrie M. Bush. There's a link to that at the top of the page. So come and check it out, see what you think. And you never know, you might just find it's the group that changes your life forever. So we are going to go to a caller now. I believe we have Jennifer on the line. Are you there, Jennifer? Oh, hi. Yeah, how are you? Yeah, I'm good, thank you. How can I help?
Sorry.
Oh, I can't hear you, Jennifer. We've got a really bad connection.
Hello?
Oh, so I can't hear you. We've got a really bad connection, Jennifer.
Hello?
Oh, hello. I can hear you a bit more now.
Okay.
I think we had a cross line, I don't know if you could hear that as well.
It was kind of hard to hear. It was kind of hard to hear you.
Okay, so how can I help you, Jennifer?
I don't even know where to begin.
Okay. You're having a bit of a...
Like, my kids.
What about your children?
4.
Yeah.
I have 4.
Yeah. You want to know some guidance around your children? Is that what you wanted, Jennifer?
I'm sorry, it's like going in and out.
Did you want guidance around your children?
Yes.
Okay. So what I'm going to do, Jennifer, I'm going to pull some cards and I'm going to call the angels in and we'll see what we can get. Okay. Let's see what we get. Okay. Okay, I feel like, Jennifer, I'm being given the sense that that you're very worn out. Have you got a little girl, Jennifer? Have you got a daughter?
What was the last part? I'm so sorry.
Have you got a daughter, Jennifer?
No.
Okay, so this will be, if you haven't got a daughter, then this energy is coming to you as the mother. I feel that you're very worn out at the moment. I feel like there is stuff around you that is unsettling you a little bit. Would that be right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm feeling there's some worries. You've got a concern around one of your children. But I'm told that you can expect miracles. So there is actually a lot of help going to come in this area. So although you feel worried about it, Jennifer, there is help and assistance here coming. So it's kind of like the message for you is to keep the faith and know that the answers that you need are coming. I feel like there's someone going to come in and help you, and it's going to have a positive outcome.
Okay.
Because I'm being given a sense of something's chaotic around you right now, Jennifer.
I'm sorry?
I feel like something is chaotic around you right now. There's a lot of chaotic energy and a lot of stress around you.
Yes.
But this is going to lift. This is lifting away. They're telling me that things are going to work out okay. Everything is going to be okay. It's just everything is coming together. So it's kind of like that time when everything falls apart before it comes together. Has somebody been in trouble?
Somewhat.
Yeah, I feel like someone's been in trouble and it's caused a lot of stress and a lot of chaotic energy. But it's kind of like things are falling apart just before they come together. So actually, it's going to have a positive outcome. So you don't need to worry ongoing. This is a stressful time for you, but you will come through this, Jennifer.
Okay, and what about like relationship-wise?
You're looking for a relationship, are you?
Yes.
Yeah, so then you've got good news around it all. Jennifer, you get the soaring into joy card. So this is you, lighter energy, wishes coming true. I feel like at the moment things are particularly difficult for you, but this is going to change. So it's like there's some stuff that needs to be released and some stuff that needs to be let go from. And then it brings this new, lighter energy in. So new relationships, everything that your heart is asking for, what you're praying for is going to come in for you, Jennifer.
Okay, as in like at the present moment.
Yeah, what they're telling me is there's about 4 more weeks. 4 more weeks, and then everything changes for you. So if you can just work on keeping yourself calm and keeping yourself balanced for 4 weeks, you're going to see a big difference, Jennifer.
Okay.
Okay, so I hope that helps you.
Okay.
Okay, bye, Jennifer.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, we're going to go to another caller now. I believe Seema is on the line.
Hello.
Oh, hello. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Yeah, I'm very well, thank you. How can I help you?
I'm doing great. I just wanted a reading on anything you can pick up, or even love reading. And I also have one question.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, what I'm going to do, I'm going to pull you some cards, and then the angels are going to give me an energy connection to you, and then we will see what out for you. So I'm going to pull from 2 packs. Okay, so the card I get out for you, first of all, is being in the flow. So this is telling me that you are in a really good place. You are aligning, and I feel like you are really raising your vibration on your spiritual path. Would that be right?
Right.
Yeah, so this is good. Being in the flow brings everything that you want. So being in the flow brings you alignment, which means that you're in the perfect position for manifesting. So everything that you're putting out there, you will be getting back to you. The love cards I get for you is to express your love. Go ahead and make the romantic gesture. And you also get the wedding card. So the situation involves a marriage. So what these cards are telling me and what the angels are bringing in is that you need to express your feelings, and there is a committed relationship around you or is coming in that is really changing and leveling up for you. And it's good energy. It feels really good energy. But is this a relationship around you now, or would this be one coming in?
As of right now, I'm not really seeing anyone. I am seeing my ex, who I've been spending basically time with, but I also get very anxious when I'm around him or if I'm away from him.
Right, okay. So you need to express how you feel a little bit more. I feel like sometimes it's difficult for you because the messages that the angels are giving me is that he's a bit of a closed book. Would that be right?
I'm sorry, he doesn't what?
He's a bit of a closed book, like he keeps his emotion, he's not very good at talking about his feelings and emotions. Like
he definitely is not very open like me.
Yeah. So
I kind of speak what's on my mind. He does not.
Yeah. So this is where the difficulty is. I feel like right now, energy wise, he is a little bit all over the place. I do feel like this could be a committed relationship. I feel like this could work again, and it could I feel like the connection between you both is so super strong. It really is a wonderful connection, and you're very, very comfortable with each other. Definitely like a soulmate energy. It's a beautiful connection, but I feel there's frustration. But this comes frustration for you because this kind of affects your energy, because you are, like you say, you're open yourself up and express how you feel, and you don't seem to get anything back. The messages that I'm getting is he cares for you very, very deeply. I feel like he's a bit wounded, if that makes sense, from his past.
Right. We've been together for 2 years and we just recently broke up, but we still do see each other.
Yeah, I feel like there's a chance for this relationship to work really beautifully. I feel like at the moment he's in a healing stage. Is he a bit snappy? Is he a bit all over the place at the moment?
Definitely.
Yeah, so he's in a very powerful healing stage right now. I'm told a week he's going to calm his emotions down. He's got a lot of stuff in his life that he hasn't faced. I would say this is from childhood, and he hasn't faced some painful emotions, actually, they're giving me. And he's a little bit scared of commitment. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
But this can change. This can change. So you need to continue expressing yourself, and have patience right now. Obviously, you don't want to hang on forever and ever and ever, but now would not be the time to give up on anything, because the energy is so high, so very high right now. And I just feel like he's struggling a little bit, but he's not opening up and telling you that. He's keeping everything close inside of him. But I feel like he's going to have a bit of a turnaround and things can get better. But on the same respect, I think the angel's message to you is also make it clear that you do want more and that you're not going to wait around forever. So it kind of put though. Have you done that before? Have you said that to him before?
Oh yeah, I have definitely said that, but he's not being cooperative with me or anything. We just, as I said, he's made it clear that we're not going to be together.
Okay, I think he's going to have a turnaround. I think what you've got to do is you've got to let things go. Was your question around whether you should try again or move on?
I let a lot of things go, but it's on his side that he's always the one that's like, oh, not really doing the teamwork. It's just like, okay, we're just still meet and hang out, but not really continue doing what we used to do. As in, like, hey, let me call you. We barely even talk on the phone or text or anything.
Okay, so I think,
and I feel like he hides things from. I also feel like he hides things from me, so I also have trust issues with him.
Okay, has he let you down in the past then?
Have I what?
Has he let you down in the past?
We just met yesterday.
No, sorry. Has he broken your trust in the past?
Yeah, he definitely has. That's why I made the choice of breaking up with him.
Okay, so I think what you need to do, he's in a very big healing stage, as I say. He will have a choice. He can choose to create new patterns, or he can choose to stay where he is. Obviously, that's his choice.
100%. I feel my intentions are always like really strong in general as a person. As spiritual and physically and mentally, I'm very like strong in my intentions, and I have really good instincts. So I feel like he's literally just going to be the person he is, like the liar he is.
He's what? Sorry.
I said I feel like he's going to be just the person he is. He's not going to change.
Okay, so
because the way he was brought up.
Yeah, I definitely feel this stems from childhood, but I feel at the moment he has got a choice. What choice he makes, obviously, is going to be up to him, but he's got a choice. He can change. He can break this cycle. That's what the angels are telling me now. He can break this, and you could be happy together. But I think you need to pull back from him a little bit. I think you need to not be so available to meet him and let him just feel that little distance.
Okay.
Feel that distance between you both.
I will definitely try that. I will definitely try to move back and not meet him every day or every other day, just to go on a walk and then have past things come up.
Yes, because I think if you can pull back a little bit like that, I think that is going to help him to kind of see what he's missing, if that makes sense. I'm given a strong message that he's got a choice here, but whether he takes it or not, he's being given the opportunity to break the cycles from childhood and these emotions. But I think you need to look after yourself. It's wonderful that you're saying that you're very connected and your senses are so strong, so you follow your intuition. But I would suggest pulling back a little bit and not being so available right now for him.
Okay.
Okay.
My question is, okay.
Oh, yes,
is there anything else that I need to know? Is there anything else I need to know before I ask my question?
Yeah, let's pull another card and see what your message is. Okay, so you get the launching your journey. So this is you focusing on yourself right now. going higher on your spiritual journey, raising vibration, new beginnings, new opportunities. This is very much around your spiritual journey. So your end message for your reading is just keep evolving spiritually. You're launching and raising vibration, and you've got wonderful times to come.
Okay.
Okay, so I hope that helps. Okay, so let me just pull you all a card before I go. I'm going to pull you a card as a message before the show ends. So I'm going to pull a healing card for everybody, and I'm also going to pull an angel therapy card for everybody. Let's end the show with a nice message for you all. Okay, so the healing card says moving forward fiercely. So you may feel stuck. Please know that you're not stuck. You are not stuck. You are right on track, and you are moving forward to exactly where you need to be. So right now, have faith and trust this powerful process. You are not stuck. So you may be feeling that at times, but you're not. And you're going to see wonderful movement very, very soon when the eclipse energy gateway closes. You're going to see big improvements. And we got two chakra cards, and they are heart chakra and sacral chakra. So do some work on these chakras. Really important. Do some meditation on them. All our chakras are being activated right now. So any chakra meditation is going to be wonderful for you and so beneficial. So look after yourself, everybody. Put yourself at the top of the list and believe in yourself and have faith. I'm wishing you all the most wonderful, wonderful week. And I'm sending you all so much love and light.
To A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for Angel Guidance by Lisa Shore. Live from PureLoveEnergy.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is Angel Guide
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hi. How is everyone today? My name is Lisa. This is my show, Angel Guidance by Lisa, and I welcome you here. So it's a beautiful sunny day here in the middle of the country, and we are into summer, and we just celebrated the longest day of the year, and also the equal parts with the night. So for a lot of folks, that's a very auspicious time, and it just means that ancient people used to really honor the stars and the cycles of the earth and the sun and the moon, and some of us still honor those today. So today I'd like to give you a little bit of some insight on your week coming up starting today, and then also I'll take a caller. And I drew a few cards, and the message is pretty clear. There's a lot of people right now who are really weighed down by some negative thinking. And negative thinking does nothing for us. It just pulls our energy down. It's literally like a weight on your shoulders. You know how, you feel heavy and you feel stressed and you feel anxious. That's that energy that continues to build when you have negative thoughts. Sometimes these thoughts are injected into our awareness through outside sources like television or radio, or even other people are negative, and we tend to pick up on their energy, and that influences us. So if someone's around you who is kind of negative and they're talking about all the bad things that are happening, you could say something like, well, thanks for sharing, and then change the conversation and focus on something else, or rephrase what they're saying in a positive way. Help them look at the glass half full instead of the glass half empty. So the first card I drew was surrender to negative thinking. The second card I drew was to surrender to the beauty of the natural world. And that's a really good idea when you're feeling kind of down or depressed or negative. Because when you go out into nature, when you walk outside, what's happening is the natural magic of the universe, the healing part of the universe of Mother Earth will gently attune your energy, meaning it's going to connect with your energy, and it's going to raise it up. It's going to help you feel better. Usually when I go for a walk and I get back, I feel a lot better. Like I feel like my spirits are lifted. And there's a reason for that, because when we go out in nature, we're actually grounding our energy. Just like electricity in the house is grounded, we're grounded as well when we walk outside. What's really good is if you can take off your shoes and walk around barefoot on the grass or the dirt, because that will instantly ground your energy. And you know what that does? It helps you feel better, lighter, more positive. So try that if you're feeling a little down. Another card I drew it's from the fairy deck, and it's called the 9 of Winter card. Okay, so what this just means is right now there's a lot of things going on in your life, and unfortunately you're focusing on the worst case scenario, like what is the worst that could possibly happen. That's where your thoughts are right now. So that definitely is negative thinking, and we do want to release that negative thinking. So know that these thoughts are just that. They're just thoughts. They're good. They can be released. So like I mentioned, go out for a walk in nature. That'll help shift it. Something High Priestess card. Priestess card is about your inner intuition, the thoughts that drop into your head that are in your own voice, but they're not really your own thoughts. They are higher self thoughts. They are energy that you're reading from the universe around you. That's how intuition works. And so I would just want to share with you that I feel like there's a lot of high intuitiveness with a lot of people this week. And this is a good thing, because if you can tune into your higher self, if you can tune into the guidance that's there for everybody, that is amazing. Now, let me help you with that. So the final card I drew was have the courage to ask and receive help. Okay. Now, how can we ask for help? We can ask for help from our higher self, from the universe, from our spiritual helpers. And how do we do that? Well, we say, so I am having an issue with this, whatever it is, a concern, a conflict, a relationship. And what you want to do is say, help me see this differently. How would you have me look at this? How would you have me approach this? And then look for answers, because they're coming. You know, there is never a prayer that's unanswered, okay? It doesn't work that way. The universe always answers prayers. We may not see it immediately. It may, in fact, we may overlook it, because sometimes we're so busy, stressed out with our negative thinking, we don't actually notice those subtle answers and signs that are there for us. And that's truly what it is. They're subtle. They're not going to be bang you over the head with the answer. It's not going to be like, you know, when the prize patrol shows up at your front door and hands you the $50 million check. That's not how it is. Once in a while, it might work that way, but the majority of time, we are looking for subtle signs and indicators that we're on the right path. That may come through your inner vision, your inner hearing. It may come from a feeling you have in your body. Always use your body to tune in to what the answers are. Your body is a natural indicator of what you know is right and wrong. When you feel good about something, your energy soars. You're feeling great. You're clicking. You know, like everything's flowing and going the right direction. When you're feeling scared, where do we usually feel that? In the pit of our stomach, okay? So if we're around people or we're around circumstances, we're feeling that yucky feeling that's in the pit of our stomach, that's usually a time and an indication where we need to step back from that and reassess what we're doing. So just pay attention to these thoughts you have in your head, because they really do affect your day, your week, your month, your year, you know. So you just want to be sure to ask for guidance, to take a walk in nature, attune with that, and that will help lift you up and allow you to receive. I'd love to hear your feedback. Message me on my Facebook page at Lisa Short in Lenexa, Kansas, and I'll get back with you. Okay, I have a caller. Let's see. My caller is from the United States. This is Christina in Atlantic, Iowa. Hi, Christina.
Hi, hello.
Hi, how are you?
Good, how are you? Can you hear me okay?
Sure can. Thank you. What's going on today? What can I help you with?
Oh, not much. I am also with my sister. We're actually in the middle of Walmart right now.
Oh my gosh. Is it busy there today?
It's not busy, but I feel like that they at the beginning were having a hard time hearing me.
Okay. Well, I'm okay now. So, what's your question?
So we recently just had our father pass away just a couple weeks ago. And so I was just kind of curious to see if he came through at all.
Okay. Let's see. Sometimes, you know, I'm going to tune in and see what I can come up with. So would his mother also be passed in spirit?
Yeah.
Her grandmother, is she also gone? Because I feel like she's stepping in as well. Let's see. Dad.
Yes, he is.
Okay. And then your dad, are you able to take a letter R name connected with him? Or
a
grandmother?
Letter, did you say a letter R?
R? Uh-huh.
Gosh, I'm trying to think. He had a dog named Rango.
Okay. Is the dog passed too?
Not No, he's still alive. We actually had to give him up for adoption through dad passing and everything. I'm trying to think if there's any other R names.
Okay, well, that's okay. Let me move on. Would your dad have been a larger person? I'm seeing a larger gentleman step in. I don't mean like so big, but just larger in size. I feel like he would have been very connected with you. Go ahead.
Yes, I didn't even think until you said larger man. I had my best friend's father's name was Rodney.
Okay. All right.
And
So,
he is passed on as well. And he was very close with me.
Okay. Because a lot of times, we don't always connect with exactly who we want in the beginning. Sometimes other people step in, sort of as a link, to the family. So your friend, would your friend also have been someone who was just like a very casual guy and kind of laid back? Would you understand that for your friend?
Yes, definitely.
Okay, great. So he's here and he's saying hi. Like, I feel like he was just like he could make you laugh, like he could lift your spirits. And you really, there was a real connection. Okay, thank you. So that's who this is. All right, and he stepped forward. Okay, thank you. And so he's stepping forward, and I feel like, Dad, would you understand congestive heart problems with your dad or something with the heart area with your dad?
Yes, he had a heart transplant 5 years ago.
Okay, because this is what I'm bringing this information in, and so he's showing me this. That was a major thing for him, obviously, and so that's what he's bringing up. I feel like he was towards the end of his life. Would you understand hospitalization or connected with lots of wires and life support type of things or something along those lines?
We had to take him in. He was in the hospital for 3 weeks, and then he was placed into a nursing home on hospice.
Okay, I'm so sorry to hear that, and I do extend my deepest condolences. And I also want to tell you that I'm running out of time, so I do apologize. But if you'd like to reach out to me, you can. I would say that your dad is here. Your friend stepped through, so we had a couple people right away. And I just want to say they're both sending you their love, because you were bringing up their memory, and that's how you can keep them alive. Okay, that's how you help them touch the earth. So keep them in your memory, talk about them, share your good experiences with them, and that will keep their memory alive, and you'll be able to connect with them in that way. Okay.
Oh my gosh, thank you so much.
Thank you. All right, thank you so much. Have a wonderful day. Bye-bye. If you'd like to reach out to me, find me at Lisa Short on Facebook. Thanks so much. Have a wonderful week.
listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome.
Time for Insights by Janita with Janita Francis. Live from InsightsByJanita.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv.
This is Insights by Janita
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hi everyone and welcome to Insights by Janita Francis. It is a very cold, yet again cold day right here in Sydney, Australia. However, the week has been quite lovely. During the day it's been nice and sunny, very crisp, very fresh. It just takes us a little bit longer in the mornings and in the late evenings to get our bones and our arthritis going. But aside from that, they've been beautiful long days. So this week, I thought we'd talk about a few different things. I have a Strong Women Masterclass tomorrow night. That's Australian time, Thursday night. What that's all about is how to find our strong woman inside. Yeah, sorry, guys, I've missed you out. Just for this one, I'll miss you out. Because women in general, we underestimate how much resilience we have and how much power we have, and how to correctly use that power. And we can do it with elegance and poise and dignity and all those beautiful, fluffy, feminine words, or we can do it with ass kicking. And sometimes we have to kick asses to be able to understand our own power and understand how to stand in that. And the elegance and the poise and the dignity and all those, fluffy, nicer words, that comes with practice and comes with, I know from my personal experience, and I don't mind sharing this because I think pretty much my personal life is on YouTube. I've chronologued it. When I was growing up, I had this really terrible childhood, and how things got done in that household was through anger, through really poor behaviour, actually, looking back. But you got things done by being violent, by being aggressive, by being scary, by intimidating, and that's what happened in my childhood. That's how you got heard, is how you got your point across, is how you got the things that you needed. There was no love and nurturing, gentleness, kindness, nothing like that. It was just, for me personally, and I don't know if it's just the middle child or what, but I actually felt like I was more of a burden. I sort of came along and ruined everything for everybody, and that was a very clear indication for me. So in my first relationship, I chose someone that was very similar to both of the parents, very abusive, very not nurturing, not kind, not gentle, alcohol and drug addictions, dishonesty, deceitful behaviour. Because you mirror that, you think that that's what life's all about. You think that that's normal, and it's not until you sort of grow and you have some more experiences and you expand a bit on your own personal life and how you grow that you work out that that's not normal at all. It's actually quite horrible. So in my first relationship, when that dissolved, I decided, okay, well, you need to be able to be heard. So I went a little bit overboard as far as, making sure that my needs were heard and how people were listening to me. So I was very Gestapo, I think would probably be a good word for it, very black or white. There were no shades of grey. There was no nurturing, because that's how I grew up. I thought that that's how life was. So I got rid of number one, that's okay, and then number two came along, and he was a different kind of abuser. And so I had to learn how to understand my emotions better, because he would emotionally abuse me. So I had to understand how I was feeling and to process how I was feeling, so I would be able to not do that back. I didn't want to play that emotional tug of war to, and manipulate people through using my emotions or using their emotions against them to be able to get what I wanted. So I learned a lot about how I didn't want to behave and how I didn't want to be in that relationship. And it was actually kind of good because now, in my mid-40s, I can look back at each of my 3 relationships that I've had, and I've gone, okay, this section or this relationship taught me all these things, not to hit people, and that the violence and the aggressive way of living is not the way to go. There's other ways to be heard. And often the quieter our voice becomes, the more people lean in and listen to us, which is quite ironic because I thought if you boomed your voice out, people would naturally listen to you. So that was a big learning curve for me. The second person taught me about emotional abuse, and that's very much what the mother did. Very much emotional abusing, and just cutting off emotionally, not nurturing, not loving, not giving, not protecting. All the things that sort of embody what a mum does, she didn't. So the second person was very maternal in his approach to things, and therefore he also used emotion to manipulate. So I learned, and not all mums do that, obviously. I don't do that as a mum either. But it's his attitude and the way he interacted with me actually mirrored the way she was when I was a child. So I was actually able to take that little section of my life and learn how to understand emotions on a deeper level and understand and bring in some compassion and some nurturing of myself. Then I was single again. That relationship didn't work out, lo and behold. And the next person taught me about shutting down, because his whole methodology in that relationship was to just give me the silent treatment. So, and I realized that I didn't want to argue, I didn't want to fight, I didn't want to emotionally manipulate or, be ruled too much or consumed too much by my emotions. So I would shut down, I would withdraw. That's not good either, because nothing gets resolved when you shut down and you withdraw. So number 3 taught me how gut-wrenching silent treatment can be and how it messes with your sense of value to be ignored so much that you feel like you don't exist. So I learned that I needed to find this happy medium. I needed to be strong enough but not be aggressive. I needed to be soft enough but not be a pushover. And I needed to speak up enough, but do it in the right manner so that people could understand and that we could find that common ground where they were being heard and listened to, and I was being heard and listened to. Number 4 comes along, and I think I finally got it. And the best thing about number 4, my beautiful husband, is the fact that he actually has gone through similar experiences. So he gets that screaming and fighting is not the way. He gets that withdrawal is not the way. He learned his lessons in a little bit, in a different format and in a different process, in different ways. But the lessons are still the same, and how to be soft and how to be tough and when to apply, what to apply, how to apply it. Listening to your audience, everybody gives and receives love in a different way, and we're not all the same. Love is the umbrella term, but we all give and receive it in a different way. So for me to have enough compassion and understanding to realize that he was sensitive about some stuff, and for him to do the same thing back, so we've got this amazing relationship. And yeah, he annoys the crap out of me every now and then, but that's what life's all about. People are going to annoy you. But the thing is, the coping mechanisms that we both have and how we apply ourselves and our resolve and our solutions and conflict resolution during those times when we're annoying each other, because I'm sure I annoy him too, but I won't say that to his face, and how we come out the other side of those disagreements or those times when we need to sit down and have those really tough conversations and make sure that we're being heard and making sure that we're understanding and we're listening to understand. We're not listening to reply. And a lot of people get in that cycle, and I certainly got in that cycle myself with the first 3 relationships where I was listening to reply. I wasn't listening to what he was saying to me at any of those 3. I was too busy thinking, crap, how am I going to get out of this? Do I get aggressive? Do I get sooky? Do I cry? Do I go and lock myself away? What do I do? How do I cope with this? And I don't have to worry about that anymore, because I know that now, living in that monster house growing up, having those 3 abusive relationships have taught me the lessons. I'm a doer, okay? I can't read a book on abuse and go, oh yeah, I've got that. I actually have to live the experience. And going through all those lessons and learning about those things and having them in 3 separate partners, which was ideal because that meant that I wasn't being overwhelmed with the abuse. I was actually being able to take them down into manageable chunks and dissect them and understand them properly and give all my focus to that lesson about me that I was learning. They were teaching me about me. I didn't feel like that at the time, okay? I'll let you know. Hindsight tells us that was a lesson that we needed to look for the moral of the story or what we were going to get out of it. But look, it was difficult and shitty, and I wouldn't want to live through it again, but I wouldn't change it because my understanding of who I am and how I apply my knowledge to myself, my own life, and how I apply my knowledge when I'm doing my metaphysics education and how I'm empowering women in particular to find that common ground, find that understanding. I wouldn't swap all of my experiences for anything. Absolutely no way whatsoever. So, yeah, that's it. That's what I wanted to share. So if you've got some time, Thursday night Australian time, that will be 7 p.m. Australian time, which would be ridiculously early for you guys, but I will pop it up on YouTube. You can get copies of all of my free masterclasses and workshops. I do not charge for these at all because I want to share the knowledge that I've experienced, that I've learned, that I've researched, that I've understood from other people's experiences as well, and just spread the word that, you know, life is fantastic when we apply our learned mechanisms and we don't do it from a place of fear. We actually do it from a place of, okay, I've got this. I can be a strong, empowered person. All right, guys, that's it from Insight by Janita Francis for this week. Please do join me next week on Moonstruck and A1R Radio Network. You can catch us on iHeartRadio as well. My podcast will be on tonight, and you can always catch me for a private mentoring session at www.insightbyjanita.com. Thank you very much for your time, and we'll see you all again next week. Bye for now.
listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for the Ask Rebecca radio show with Rebecca Russo. Live from AskRebecca.guru.
Connect direct In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/Psychic Radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is the Ask Rebecca radio show on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hi, everyone. Welcome to the Ask Rebecca radio show. Thanks for joining me, as always. Oh, my goodness, guys. Can you feel the energies that are at play right now? I have been just zinging all week long, well, since last week, but with Mars moving into Aries, Venus going direct, 5 other planets retrograde, and the full lunar eclipse in Cancer on July 5th, it's bringing about some really intense energies, and you could be experiencing feelings of anxiousness or just like heart palpitations or anticipation, that kind of weird feeling that almost has you want to like crawl out of your skin. High energy levels, overactive mind and imagination, along with lots of emotions, probably other physical body sensations that you're experiencing. Thankfully, the eclipse cycle has brought powerful endings and promising new beginnings that will begin to come to fruition throughout the rest of this year. So it's going to be a lot of positive stuff that's going to be helping us, but at the same time, there's still lots of work to do. And sure, you know, endings suck, especially if they come with a bunch of drama, but the end result will be you will be getting catapulted in a new direction, especially if you learn the lessons and handle yourself with grace and dignity. Truly, eclipses are course corrections and God's way of cleaning house for us, right? So they are actually very, very positive, even though they suck at times going through the things. And depending on your personal planets, things will affect you a little bit differently. We still have plenty of work to do, especially around how we communicate with others and ourselves. This is going to be highlighted big time for the next 6 months. Lots of triggers that will give you the opportunity to react and respond in new ways that are more in alignment with the heart versus the ego. And, this is where you're going to have to question yourself and ask yourself, are you communicating from a space of love, which is from your heart, or are you communicating from a space of fear, which is your ego? It's that simple, right? If you're coming from a place of fear, then what's going to happen is you'll have self-sabotaging behavior where you're going to lash out at people and attack people and blame people, and you're not able to express yourself in a way that you can actually be heard, and instead it will have an opposite effect of what you're trying to do. Now, that is going to be a theme for the next 6 months, so it's really going to be important to practice stopping yourself, thinking before speaking, and really learning to communicate in a healthier and new way, because that intense energy of emotional reactive responses is really going to be backfiring more and more on us as we go through this time period. I'm going to be skipping the moment of Zen today since there's lots to go over with a brief summary of July energies, and what you can expect in the upcoming 2 weeks. I won't be able to do next week's show because my dad is having surgery and I will be with him all day. Any and all prayers are welcome. Hopefully, should be a simple procedure, but you just never know when it comes to surgery. So any prayers are greatly appreciated. Okay, where to begin? Let's start with the new 28-day galactic moon energies. And matter of fact, today is a galactic activation portal day, meaning that your consciousness gets expanded, bringing about greater awareness of energy flows and information exchange, and bringing different parts of your DNA online. Stuff that traditional scientists don't really discuss regarding your DNA. You know, we've been told that we've got a lot of junk DNA. No, God didn't design us with junk DNA. That's just not how it works. So it all plays a role. Anyway, July will be intense energetically with these portal activation days on July 3rd, and then back-to-back days every day from July 13th to July 22nd, with the galactic calendar then ending on July 24th. And according to the galactic calendar, which is Mayan-based, July 25th is a day out of time. So that's a day where of just being and not being focused on the time and the here. You know, you're in the present. So then the calendar restarts fresh on July 26th. So this month's moon phase is the cosmic moon of presence, resonant tone 13, to endure, transcend, and presence would be the key themes. Let me get the handy dandy galactic calendar here. And this calendar is always very wordy. So hopefully I can get through it because I've been a little tongue-tied. My brain and the information and my mouth are not in alignment over the last week and a half. Okay, so tone 13 is the key to the Mayan galactic codes of fourth dimensional time and to the annual lunation cycles by which Earth is guided in her solar path. Where 12 represents the coherent formation of the sacred circle, 13 signifies the expansive spirit of the ascending spiral. Without the transcendent quality of 13, the force of circulation itself, 12 can leave us locked in infinitely complex details of form, where 12 upholds the supreme coordination of third-dimensional physical order. 13 ushers in the supreme revelation of the fourth-dimensional spiritual synchronic order. The cosmic tone beckons us to transcend the limiting logic of linear time that we may expand into radial time. See, I told you I was going to get all tongue twisted. We are called to sensitize to the spiritually synchronized symphony of universal movement as it plays and unfolds the unique music of every moment. We are invited to consciously feel the interconnectedness of all life, to be present to the spirit which moves through all manifestations, guiding all arrangements of space and configurations of consciousness. We discover that we are always inherently on time by knowing we are time. As the climax of the wave spell's progression, tone 13 can embody qualities of any of the previous tones. 13 is the key to time itself: presence, simple, patient awareness, receptivity to exactly what is occurring as it is occurring. Presence bestows depths of feeling, intimate information, and guidance held within the living intelligence of the moment. We commune with the vastness of self, the essence self which transcends all appearances of separation. Every moment we are presented with the opportunity to transcend seeming limitations, to elevate our thoughts and behaviors beyond conditioned responses. By orienting in the present as presence, we expand and feel our undeniable interrelations with all of life. When we are present to every situation as a divinely calibrated opportunity for personal clarity and growth, we transform our suffering or striving into the beauty of human evolution, honoring life as an eternal journey of being. As the tone of endurance, 13 is the force of the continuum. Ever onward life unfolds, integrating all that has gone before. Here we transcend through the cosmic gate, taking magic flight, magnetic return, led back to one for a new wave spell spiral flow. Very wordy, and so basically be present in the moment, deal with your stuff, and accept things as they are. And the more that you can embody that energy, the easier life will be for you. Okay. The month of July will start feeling more guided to take action. You'll slowly start emerging from the last several months of dramatic changes and shifts, feeling newly inspired to welcome new things into your life, to replace the old things that you left behind or that were ripped out of your life, because that's how eclipse energy works. In many ways, this will be an easier month, and in other ways, it will be a more challenging one. It's a matter of how you choose to view life. You either choose to label something as bad or good, when in fact, all of it is good and divinely orchestrated. So if you can hold that perception, it definitely makes things a lot easier. Thankfully, this month brings more clarity about the things that you've been dealing with over the last several months to a year, maybe even 18 months. The major themes for the month are choices, ideas, communication, intense emotions, tests, challenges, and major events happening in homes, housing, real estate, family, parents, work, career, and your sense of purpose. And the bigger theme and the most challenging one and the most important aspect that I feel for everybody is things coming up that will be childhood traumas that left a lasting impression and caused you to create a pattern of behavior that is being played out in your life as an adult over and over again. And what that could look like is self-sabotaging actions, aggressive emotional reactions, feeling like a victim, isolation, constant drama in your life, revolving door of friendships and relationships. There's all sorts of different signs that you can have if you've experienced adverse childhood experiences. And if you're interested in learning whether or not you have ACEs, which is adverse childhood experiences, you can take the quiz at itsmylife.biz/ACEs. itsmylife.biz/ACEs. One of my best friends, Marcella Maggio, is a trusted adult mentor. She works with several agencies and governmental bodies to help victims of childhood trauma, sexual assault, and violence. Not only does she do one-on-one mentoring sessions, she also is an educator and facilitates workshops for everyone from juvenile detention centers, businesses, schools, and everything in between that you can imagine. So check out her website after you take the quiz to see how she may be able to help you. Either way, I feel like check out the quiz. You will be surprised at just how much trauma you may have experienced and not even realize how those situations have impacted you. It's very, very, very enlightening. So definitely check it out. And those of you that are watching the recorded version of this tomorrow or the next day, I will put the link in the description box. I told you guys I cannot talk today. Description box, comments, or bio, depending on what platform you're using to watch. Again, I highly recommend that you check it out. It's very enlightening. And, you know, if you've experienced anything in your youth that could be affecting your own behaviors and who you allow in your life right now, it's totally worth it to see, because it's going to help you gain some insight into yourself and how you can change in order to kind of let go of the past and allow better, healthier things into your life. Towards the end of the month, it will be much easier to make decisions about opportunities and other situations that may have happened over the course of the eclipse period. You'll feel energized from the end of July and first half of August, where there won't be as many personal planets in retrograde. So it's kind of this sense of relief. We maybe go from a feeling of having been feeling kind of lazy and lethargic and not motivated to doing anything to all of a sudden like the floodgates open and you just want to get things done. But you still need to, you know, not act in haste, really think things through before you act on them. Lastly, for July, we could see some issues with water. I feel like maybe different parts of the world will be dealing maybe with some flooding or heavy rain. You could even see something like a pipe bursting or your tub overflows or anything water related. Maybe you fall into a pool or, I don't know. It's something with water was coming up big time for me. So I just thought I would throw that out there. All right, let's get into what you can expect from today, June 30th, through to July 14th as an overall theme, and then areas of love, work, finances, health, and spirituality. You could see some exciting life changes, more like life-changing events with new opportunities brought on by your willingness to do something differently. You have to want to act and behave differently. You want to have to try something in a new way. So if you're willing to do that and you're open to doing that, well, then there's going to be some really exciting things that could come into your life, a lot of great opportunities. On the downside, pain from the past could come up this week to be felt and dealt with. You'll be able to resolve this within yourself. I highly recommend that you allow yourself to feel and really be with whatever's coming up versus you projecting it outward. So I don't feel like it's something that in this week or two you would need to go discuss with anyone just yet. I feel like you've got to wrap yourself around what's coming up first and allow yourself to feel and be with what is, whatever is coming up for you. Lots of release happening with pain surrounding mothers and fathers or the people who played those roles in your life. Again, more things around family, career, and home life coming up. High emotions, lots of emotions, our favorite thing, emotions. There's a caution with making rush decisions or speaking before thinking. Again, all things tied to emotionally reactive patterns of behavior. And you may have already been experiencing this stuff. This is probably already been coming up for most of you within the last 2 weeks or so, and even more so in the last week, because July 5th with this Cancer eclipse Capricorn series, there's just lots of emotional stuff coming up and causing a lot of people to emotionally react to certain things, especially if that's a pattern of behavior that you've had. You'll have an opportunity to learn from past mistakes in relationships, self-esteem, money, and anything else tied to Venus. Similar choices will come back around. Will you choose the same as last time and repeat mistakes? I hope not. Pay attention to your motivations. There's going to be a lot of cyclical stuff that's happening right now, and it's going to show up in different ways, but it's going to be the exact same stuff disguised in different clothes or a different situation. But ultimately, it's going to trigger things that you should have already learned over the last 18 months. And if you haven't, then you're going to be repeating some lessons. As Mercury retrograde starts to move forward again around July 12th, you could see an extra flare-up of communication issues, technology issues, and travel issues. And again, these are things that we're already seeing, but I just kind of feel around that date, it's just going to be heightened. Lots of creative energy coming through as well, and you will feel like you're in the flow, or like you feel one with all of creation. You're kind of in this Zen bliss space. Mental, emotional, and physical breakthroughs, self-expression will be at an all-time high as well. Tests will be coming to see how much you've grown with mastering your own emotions and reactions. Anything you have strong emotional attachments to could come up to be dealt with and cleared. Lots of karmic energies to be balanced out. And guilt may also flare up. So, guilt is also just an uncomfortable feeling. So that may trigger some of you as well. And, just feel what you need. And, these tests are opportunities to shift things. And the words flip it over come to mind from one of my Oracle card decks. And basically what that card represents is it's time to flip something over and turn it right side up. And this could be a situation, a perception, a relationship, an old way of doing things, or your entire life, right? So just craziness could be coming up here for everyone. Sorry, multitasking here really quick. Okay. Since that deck came to mind, I decided to pull 2 cards, and the first one is called Queen of Queens. The Queen of Queens is the ultimate true woman. You are now stepping into that part of your being that embodies dignity, elegance, compassion, love, deep wisdom, and natural true authority. Or a Queen of Queens is already in your life who brings you love and wisdom. She encourages you to be yourself, or your true self. Or a Queen of Queens will soon be entering your life. It may be someone you already know or someone totally new. Who knows, perhaps it's a combination of all of these, right? And I kind of feel like a lot of people are going to experience a combination. The other card that I pulled is surrender. And surrender is the letting go of an established position, of control, of a relationship, a belief, or of something that you have long held onto. We always have the choice whether to surrender gracefully or forcibly. And surrender is usually preceded by subtle hints that it's time to let go. Often we ignore these subtle hints, thinking that they'll simply disappear or go away with the passing of time, or we don't trust that it's our intuition or our higher selves or the divine communicating with us. And instead, those little subtle messages end up growing even stronger until the call to surrender becomes unavoidable. And if we still don't choose to make a conscious surrender, then what we are holding on to is often ripped away from us in a dramatic, sometimes devastating manner. And this is why it's always preferable just to surrender gracefully as soon as you discern the first subtle hints that a surrender is imminent, right? That you need to let go of something. And surrender requires 100% from us. And it always leads to major breakthroughs. And drawing this card indicates that either you need to release something or that it's time to that it's time to surrender to something by putting your full being into it. And I've experienced this in my life multiple times. The last time when I ignored the subtle hints to start my intuitive coaching business, I fell into a shallow end of a swimming pool and dislocated my heel and was forced to be bedridden for months with nothing more to do than deal with an employer who was less than understanding, deal with my fears, deal with my insecurities, and only to finally come to the realization that I needed to put my authentic self out to the world. And needless to say, here I am. And I always joke that God smacked me upside the head to get me to fall. And I thank God every day that I did. So if you can hold the perspective that from destruction comes renewal, it will make challenges easier to embrace. And sometimes we just have to be forced to change, especially when we're stubborn about it. But my advice is listen to those subtle hints, because now that I have, it has made my life so much easier. All right, work. For those of you employed, I'm feeling lots of changes here. Some by choice, some not. I'm also feeling arguments and conflict. I feel like this time period would be best used for long-term planning in the pursuit of your career happiness. And these times are uncertain, and out-of-the-box thinking will do best. I don't necessarily feel like the next 2 weeks is a time for action and making huge changes. Obviously, if you have to, go for it. But if it's not necessary and you can really kind of think about things and get a game plan together, that's going to work in your best interest. And that applies to business owners and, all things work related. Those of you that are looking for work, it's hit or miss. Some are going to get fantastic new jobs while others just can't seem to catch a break. Don't get discouraged. Your time is coming. Love, those of you in committed relationships and dating someone seriously, unfortunately, I just kind of feel like there's going to be some breakups. I see assumptions and jumping to conclusions. I see others working on their communication with each other to strengthen and deepen the relationship, and it has the real potential to do that if you're both communicating with each other in a healthy way and really listening and responding, right? Not thinking about what you're going to say before the other person completes what they're saying. And then I feel others are finding their voice, lots of action in either trying to salvage and improve your relationship or working to end it. So it's kind of make or break it time. Those of you that are single and dating, I see lists and clarity and action around what you want and what you need. And then you're putting yourself in places or situations to find your ideal match. And I also see assumptions and jumping to conclusions for you guys as well. So, to me, that refers to giving people a chance. Not, sometimes we get a little blindsided when we have our lists of demands that we want when it comes to relationships. And we end up limiting ourselves instead of being open enough to see certain qualities that, some things people can work on and change. Finances. Some will see improvement, some will see the opposite. Those of you that have been struggling financially, I see improvement for you guys. Those that have been kind of skating through this time period and doing really well, I'm seeing the opposite, and I feel like those are the people that might have some unexpected expenses that are coming up. For the most part, I feel like financially things are stagnant. It's ebb flow right now. This is not a time for risky investments over the next 2 weeks, so keep that in mind as well. In the area of health, stress. I'm feeling lots and lots and lots of stress. So, figure out what you can do to relieve some stress, whether it's exercise, sleeping, eating healthy. I also feel it's important that you're paying attention to what you're doing, where you're walking, your surroundings, really be present in the moment. And there is a good caution about drugs and alcohol. It's going to be easy to overconsume or drink your pain away or take drugs to basically escape the emotions and the things that are coming up. So do your best not to do that, because that's just masking things and it's not helping you. It's just not going to help you. If you're going to do drugs and alcohol, do it because it's fun. No, don't listen to me. Don't listen to me. But it should be more of a social thing, not because you're suppressing your emotions and your feelings and your pain, right? So balance that out. Just be mindful of it. Spirituality. New understandings and insights may come to you in the blink of an eye, and tons of victim consciousness energy that's coming up to be healed and released. And this is directly tied to the childhood traumas and things that you experienced after childhood traumas. Do the work. I promise you'll feel so much happier, lighter, freer, connected, in tune, in love, at peace. Look, I've been dealt some shitty situations in my life, but I get through it by taking responsibility for my choices in all things that happen to me and forgiving myself and others. So do the work. You'll be better off for it. I'm sending you guys lots of positive energy and lots of positive vibes. Go check out the ACEs quiz, and I look forward to catching up with you guys in 2 weeks. Bye.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Amanda Hall Psychic with Amanda Hall. Live from AmandaHallPsychic.com.au. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, Facebook.com/Psychic Radio. Or one of our websites, AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv. This is Amanda Hall Psych on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Welcome to A1R Psychic Radio here on Moonstruck TV with Amanda Hall Psychic all the way from the Gold Coast here in Australia. I hope whatever your week has brought for you, that it's brought some peace and maybe some tranquility into your lives in this maddening, sort of chaotic sort of world that we all seem to be living in around the world at the moment. Nobody seems to sort of feel like we're making any great progress, do we? We take 2 steps forward and about 3 backwards. And let me assure you, here in Australia, yes, we feel very, very fortunate that we pretty much have COVID under control here. For the moment, fingers crossed, we've had a couple of major outbreaks in one of the states. But I know that there's many parts of the world where it's still not anywhere near looking like being under control. And look, my heart goes out to you guys. It's really a very scary sort of time. Nobody really understands or knows why the world is facing this crisis. Yes, there's many theories, and we can talk about that a little bit later in the show. But for the most part, we all are in this together around the world. We are all holding hands with you, and we're holding you in our prayers and our thoughts. So I think we'll get on with the show. So the card of the week that I've drawn this week, the Simply Tarot card of the week, is the Page of Cups. Now, the pages, the knights, the kings and the queens in the tarot deck are probably the most difficult one for people to understand, because they say to me, Amanda, how does this affect me? I've drawn the Page of Cups. It says a young woman up to the age of 25. And a lot of times when people take up the study of tarot, they're well over 25. Now, it can mean somebody up to the age of 25. It could also mean your daughter or daughter-in-law or somebody that's younger than you. But usually it means the secondary meaning, which is basic good news. Now, it's not necessarily earth-shattering. It's not world-changing events or anything like that. It's just some basic good news. And couldn't we all do with a little bit of that at the moment? Some basic good news in our lives, because our lives feel like they've been so out of control for such a very long time. So it would be nice to have some basic good news in our lives now. So I want to move on to the astrology section now, because it is quite important. We've been talking about it for months now, about COVID-19 and where I stand astrologically with the COVID situation. It's not so much that we've had any major shifts this week. It's more the fact that I haven't had the opportunity yet to talk about the planets that are going retrograde and how they're actually affecting each and every one of us. Now, the retrograde cycle actually started back in May. About halfway through May, we saw some of the major or outlying planets starting to go retrograde. And the one that gets the most press is usually Mercury retrograde, because it's short, it's fast, it's furious. It affects all our communication, including our cell phones, our laptops, our devices, any sort of communication. It's the time when people don't have their listening ears on. It's also the times when we only hear bits and pieces of the conversation because we're preoccupied and we're dealing with our own sort of stuff. It is a great time to spend some time by yourself and look at where your life's going and what you'd like. Now, I'm pleased to say Mercury retrograde will finish on approximately the 12th of July. Please allow a couple of days after that for the energy to sort of wind down and Mercury to get up speed to go direct again. Now, it's very, very interesting that the fact that Mercury retrograde this year is in Cancer. Now, anytime we've got a Mercury retrograde in Cancer, it means somebody's trying to pull the wool over our eyes, in my opinion. They're giving us the soft soap. They're giving us the most palatable version, or the one that they think that we're going to want to swallow the most. Now, I want to sort of backtrack a little bit, because we've got the Moon's node, which is the North Node, which is us seeking the easy way out as a planet or as a globe, as each and one of us individually is trying to work its way through on with these other two planets holding hands with this. So we've got the North Node in Gemini, which is trying to tell us that by talking our way out of the situation or brainwashing everybody to believe what we want them to hear, that we'll be able to sort of bring some calm to the world. I mean, yes, that's good on one way if we're being told the truth. Are we being told the truth? Well, only you can make that up, make your own mind up in that matter. But it's like everybody's having a talk fest at the moment. Everybody's got an opinion. There's so much stuff on social media. Should we vaccinate? Should we not? Again, it comes back to a personal choice. I think for the moment, I think we need to be looking at trying to get COVID-19 under control and you know, hopefully they will create a vaccine, but let's just live in the here and now and let's start to follow our local governance on what our local politicians or our local lawmakers are telling us to do for each individual location. Now, if we're able to do that and we're holding hands with the sun, which is the planet of where our ego and drive comes from. Now, the sun's in Cancer also, holding hands with planet Mercury, which is going retrograde. So it's really interesting. We're going to start to see a lot of people take centre stage, talking their way in and out of situations, trying to calm us down on one hand, but on the other hand, being very pragmatic, very almost negative in the way that they're sort of saying, okay, we've got to look at security, or we've got to look at this, or we've got to look at that, we've got to reopen economies, even though, you know, COVID cases might be going up, but that's okay. We've got to get these economies open because otherwise the world's going to collapse. Look, I'm not saying the world won't go through some corrections and won't go through some tough times financially, but isn't it first and foremost that we take care of each other? That if we don't have our health, we have nothing. That's where our wealth comes from, is being healthy and being able to make choices and decisions and to go to work for each and every one of us. So I think it's interesting that they're trying to appeal to our emotional side and try to push those emotional buttons. You know, your family won't survive this, your family won't prosper, your family won't this. And at the same time, it's like I'll give you a slap in the face at the same time after I've just been sweet and nice to your face. So please be very careful when you're making decisions or choices that might affect you, not just in the short term, but the long term. Make sure that you're well informed, that you've really listened, you've really understood it, and you're making conscious decisions, and maybe have a conversation or two with a few other people to get their perspective if it's something that's major or, you know, something that's going to affect your life for a very, very long time. I want you to be very, very careful of that, because there is so much BS out there in all political parties right around the globe. And I do keep up with world events. I watch a lot of news from all different nations around the world because I work with people from all around the globe. So it's important for me to have some sort of a handle on what's going on in your location. Now, I'd also like to sort of share with you, we have 3 other planets that are retrograde at the moment. And I know on the show we've been talking about for months the planet Jupiter, Pluto, and Saturn. Now, the 3 of those are also going retrograde at the moment. Now, it's very interesting when we start with the planet Jupiter, which is the planet of expansion and opportunity, our higher mind, connecting us together as a globe. Now, when Jupiter goes retrograde, he is actually asking us to start to look at things from a different set of eyes. Let's sort of stop, take a breath, and say, what are we collectively as a globe trying to achieve? Well, at this moment, I think we're trying to achieve getting COVID-19 into some sort of control so that we can deal with it, we can stop people getting sick in the process while we're trying to develop vaccines and ways to move forward. This evening before I started the show, I heard that there's a potential another pandemic that they're looking at coming out of China, connected with an influenza virus that they're saying could be the next pandemic. I mean, as if we haven't got enough good news to go around, we might have a second round of something completely different. So this is not surprising when you've got Jupiter going retrograde, that it's sort of saying, okay, we've got to look at everything. We've got to collectively look at everything around the globe. And we can't just become complacent. Now, Jupiter retrograde will be there till about the middle of September, so we still have a number of months to go while Jupiter's asking us to correct and realign the planet, realign our thinking. Let's join hands. Let's think together. Let's not just look at it as an individual country or a nation. Let's look at collectively, what can the globe do together? We're stronger together as a united front. Now, this may also spill over into the Black Lives Matter, and I don't want to minimise that. I think that's a very overdue process that we need to look at globally. at how we treat our Indigenous or coloured people around the globe. They are no less than us white people. We are not supreme. And it's time now that we all joined hands and sort of started to make the world one. It doesn't matter the colour of your skin, the race, or where you've come from. We are all equal. Now, also in this equation, I'm going to bring in that we need to tackle globally climate change. We need to be looking at other ways, other resources that we can use moving forward. It's time now that each nation that might produce something or has minerals or has things that they're taking out of the ground, is there other add-on industries that they can add to that? Is there a byproduct coming out of what they're mining or farming or producing? And I think as we move forward through this COVID mess, I think we're going to see, and I'm calling it a mess because it is a mess. There's a lot of countries around the world that haven't handled it as well as other places have. And that's not because there's lack of resources. I think it's lack of leadership in a lot of places, and sometimes a bit of arrogance and ego getting in the road instead of looking at collectively what's the best for your nation or your part of the world. But anyway, that's just my personal opinion. But what I also want to look at here is that out of all this chaos will come some breakthroughs. And if that means nations and local places start to look at manufacturing or producing things or becoming more self-sufficient in their own location, maybe that's not a bad thing. Maybe we need to be looking at that as we're minimising overseas travel and our trading with overseas countries, that we need to all become a little bit more of looking in our own backyard and sorting out our own stuff first and feeding our own nation, and then we'll look at helping someone else or trading with someone else. Maybe not such a bad suggestion. So we also have Jupiter holding hands with the planet Pluto, and I've spoken many times on this show about Pluto in Capricorn, been there for a very long time, since 2008, will be there till 2022. Now, Pluto is nearing the end of his reign. So this means his lessons now really start to intensify. Now, Pluto will be retrograde until the first week in October. Pluto does spend a lot of time retrograde, so this is nothing unusual. But this, in my opinion, intensifies Pluto's clout. Pluto's sort of just regathering his strength. It's like reassembling his army and picking out the best people, the strongest people to march forward with. So be aware of that. We're going to see some strong arm tactics. We're going to hear some very strong words coming from people that around the world that think they're very important. We're going to hear people talk about, maybe getting their armies ready or sort of going into battle or using words like that connected to COVID. So be aware of that. There's going to be a little bit of desperation, I think, coming from people that may be ego-driven, that are particularly in the spotlight, or our leaders around the world. So just be aware of that. So listen very carefully to what they've got to say. Cut the BS and the spin out of it, and there'll be enough of that to go around. And look at what they're truly saying. Look at their choice of words and try and understand how does that affect you, and are they really becoming combative? Are they looking to go to war? Or are they really sort of looking at the problems that we have in our own nation first? So be very aware of that. That's going to be very interesting over the next few months as we start to see how people really perform in positions of power under this buckling and crippling sort of crisis around the world, and how they're dealing with it and how they're dealing with each other. It will be a very interesting step forward. So finally, I want to talk about Saturn in Aquarius. And we've been talking about Saturn's role in Aquarius, where he will sit there for 2.5 years. He's also going retrograde at the moment. So it's interesting with these three major planets together, holding hands together, all going retrograde. So this is where we're going to start to see maybe some chinks in the armour. Saturn's the planet of discipline, the father figure. He's the one that waves the big stick. He sort of teaches us lessons. Now, with him being in Aquarius, he's being asked to sort of look for some innovative and different ideas, some different ways forward. Now, I'm pleased to say during this time of Saturn retrograde, which will be until the end of September, there may just be on a world stage some major breakthroughs with the COVID situation. I'm not going to say necessarily will they have a vaccine that they can sort of put into production, but they may just stumble across some already treatments or suggested courses of action as far as medically is concerned that might be able to minimise or reduce the seriousness of COVID and save more lives. I'm still very, very hopeful that they're going to find a vaccine and something that they can roll out worldwide and sort of try and get on top of this. But in the short term, we may be looking at some major breakthroughs from people thinking outside the square, looking at this through maybe a different set of eyes and sort of saying, what about this? We haven't tried this. Have we tried that? So just, that could be some very, very good news on that front. So I want to quickly talk about the candle of the week this week. And this week it's the candle of manifest. If I can get the label right. And it's the candle that I feel we all could do with. We need to be manifesting, I think, some positive energy, some new direction in our lives, and manifesting not just on a material level, but let's manifest good health for everybody. Let's manifest some peace, some calm, some clarity in our thinking, that our politicians around the world might grow some intelligence and start to think of the countries and the nations that they govern instead of themselves. Wouldn't that be a nice change? So I think that there's a lot for us to be thankful for at the moment in the midst of this pandemic, and I think we can all start to manifest the things that might be important to us. So the 3 candles I've chosen this week in the gift box, they're obviously manifest. We're keeping it along those lines where we hopefully can manifest some wonderful things in our lives. My angel in the skies, I'm burning on set for all the people that we've lost over the last few months, whether it's from COVID, whether it's from other natural causes or accidents or whatever. It's there for you to give you some sort of comfort to know that we are thinking about you and holding you in our prayers for all the angels that we've lost. And finally, the candle of love. I think we all need to manifest more love in our lives. And I mean, the Beatles wrote a song about all you need is love. And I think more than ever, that song is very appropriate today, that we do need more love, more understanding in the world. So really important, tough times as we go through life at the moment. We need to be sort of, I think, much more focused on being the kind and considerate person, as kind and considerate as we can be to ourselves and to our fellow man. So we're going to take Laurel, we're going to talk to Laurel in Entwistle in Alberta, Canada. Are you there, Laurel? I was going to call you Laurel Lee.
Yeah. Yes, I am.
Do you have a question I can work with, Laurel?
About my career choice, if I'm going in the right field.
All right. I'm not able to say to you that you need to be a particular type of profession, but I can certainly guide you through whether or not you're on the right path. When I'm tuning into your energy, Laurel, what they're showing me is that it's been a very long, arduous sort of road to get to this point where you are now, where you're sort of starting to sort of feel as if you're finally on the right track. It's like everything narrowed down almost to a point of a standstill. And now we're starting to expand things out. So like the road ahead is going to be wide and open and very clear. So yes, I'm going to say I think you're almost there. So if you've made some changes career-wise in this last 12 months, then that's a good thing. I still think there's a little bit more to go through, a little bit more to learn or add or study or add to this, but you're certainly on the right path. Has there also been a change of residence there, Laurel?
Yeah, like not completely, but in the process.
Right, because that was the other thing that they were showing me with this career change, or, clearer direction in or around that was a change of residence. And I sort of also was going to say to you, that's a good thing too. I think whatever you're doing, keep going, because you're finally listening to yourself, you're putting yourself first, but at the same time you're still being considerate of everybody else around you that you needed to consider, but you're finally starting to follow your heart. And sometimes that's a difficult thing for us girls to do, Laurel, because we've got to wear so many different hats and please so many different people and be there for everyone that we sometimes forget about ourselves. So I'm pleased to say that you've got that into a balance as well. There's also, not often does someone come through from the other side in such a short time on the show, but I'm getting a female from the other side who's handing me what looks like a bunch of daffodils. Now, I don't know how to tie that in with you. I did feel she was an older woman. Handing me a bunch of daffodils is not a regular sort of sign that they give me. Normally they'll give me a bunch of flowers or a bunch of roses, and if they're pink, I know they're for your birthday. If they're red, it's a love interest. But daffodils is one I haven't seen before in this context. But I want to go to your mother's side of the family and maybe a grandmother or a great-grandmother. Was there one there, and you may not have met her physically, but was there one there from family photos that was quite tiny? She wasn't very tall? That you know about from family photos that go way back? Because that's who the flowers are coming from. So I can only take it that she's showing me those flowers because the yellow to me would indicate sort of brightness and happiness and the start of spring, as if we're planting new things, that, you know, everything's starting to shoot, which is good. So that's where we're going to leave Laurel. It looks like we've lost her connection there. She's not able to answer me on that, but I hope that you've been able to hear this or watch it back on the replay, Laurel, and you'll be able to place who I'm talking about. So we're going to talk to Sonia in Hensen in Germany. Are you there, Sonia?
Yeah, hello, Amanda. Nice to hear you.
Lovely to hear you too, Sonia. Do you have a question I can work with, sweetie?
I would love to hear about my soul purpose or generally anything what spirit world has to say to me.
Okay, all right. Let me tune into what's happening in your life then, Sonia. So the first thing that they're sort of showing me, Sonia, were you in an area that wasn't quite as affected by COVID as sort of like 10 miles down the road? Were you sort of in a nice little pocket where it was reasonably safe?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Yeah, because they were just sort of showing me in this little neck of the woods where you were, it was like somebody had a big blanket of protection around you or the surrounding areas, and that's a good thing in the midst of all this, so that's nice. I'm going to say to you, I feel in the last 6 months, you've cleared a lot of clutter out of your mind. It's sort of like a lot of things that you were hanging on to that you thought were important, you've now sort of put them into their perspective places. You've let go of some things and you're now sort of looking at, I've got a much more pared back, slimline, purposeful sort of direction that I feel I'm going in. In some ways, it sort of feels a little bit too pared back. It sort of feels a little bit too clinical. It's sort of like I want to add some colour to it. That will come. I don't think you necessarily need to try and add anything to it now. By the time we get to September, Sonia, you're going to see and feel and know what the things are that you need to add back to this. It's all well and fine, you know, imagine we've got a minimalistic house where we've got basically nothing except the bare essentials. Well, now we're going to add some accessories, and that's what we're going to do to your life. We're going to add sort of like some accessories. I'm seeing a very, very big pink heart. So is there someone special in your life at the moment that you're hoping it's going to get more serious?
I'm sorry, what was the question again?
Is there someone special in your life at the moment that you're hoping it's going to get more serious?
Well, yeah, but that's not that important actually. Yeah.
Well, I'm just giving you what they're giving me. They were showing me this oversized pink heart, and I didn't feel it was a new relationship. I felt it was sort of the current situation was exploding in a beautiful, loving sort of environment, as if it was getting more serious or you're feeling more in love or something like that. That was also part of the changes that are coming.
Okay.
I feel 2021 is going to mean a change of direction or a promotion with your job. I'm not sure whether it means a change of job. I didn't necessarily feel a change of company, but I felt a change of direction within the company, which sort of comes in the form of a promotion, but it's also going to mean some extra study, some extra training, and it wouldn't necessarily have been a direction that you would have chosen to go. It's sort of like it's offered to you when you think, oh, okay, all right, well, I'll think about that. I wasn't where I thought I was going. So just have an open mind with that, because I feel that there's lots of opportunities, lots of things that are coming towards you that you need to be aware of, that, you know, don't just say no because you don't understand it. At least give it some thought, give it, you know, look at it and think about it and say then yes or no. But I feel the next 6 to 12 months for you, Sona, are going to be a time when you need to be able to think on your feet. You know, when things come towards you, you're not going to have the luxury of months or weeks to think about something to make a decision. You've literally got 24 hours, and you've got to have to go with what your gut tells you. What does it feel right? Does it not feel right? And then put logic into it, and then that way you won't make a mistake. But there's certainly sort of, it's literally like somebody from above put a big blanket around you and protected you from what's been going on with this COVID thing. And I feel that that will continue to be. It's sort of like, it's almost as if I'm not saying do anything silly, but I'm just saying it's like you're being protected on many levels at the moment. So be very thankful for that. And don't forget to say thank you to whoever you believe in for them protecting you and looking after you, because they certainly have been. And, you know, and I think there's a number of people on the other side that have been there sort of like standing shoulder to shoulder to make sure nothing could penetrate you or derail your life. So that's good. But overall, I think you've got an amazing future ahead of you. And I think you just need to keep going on the path that you're on, because you're certainly listening and behaving and reacting to the signals that are coming from the other side and from your higher self. And that's the best that we can ask of ourselves, Sona. So if we're really in tune with where we should be, that's good. And that's what you are.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much.
You're very, very welcome. So, you know, we've only got a couple of minutes left of the show, and I just want to make sure that everybody fully understands this Mercury retrograde will go through till about the 12th of July or July 12. So make sure that you have your listening ears on. You pay very big attention to any direction that's coming from local government, local authorities on what to do and how to behave in this COVID pandemic at the moment, because every place is different. Everybody has different rules and regulations that they need to follow. But, you know, one of the major things that seems to be coming out from around the world, for goodness sake, get a mask and wear it. It's not cool to sort of walk around and think you're macho man or woman, that you can turn around and not protect not just yourself but everybody else. If you really care about your fellow human being, you'll do what you need to do. Wear a mask, get a pretty one, make it sort of your fashion statement, and let's protect the world. Let's knock COVID on the head by us all banding together and wearing a mask. So until next week, I hope you have an absolutely sensational, fantastic week. If you're in the US, I'll be waving my flag for you on July 4th, the 4th of July celebrations, and I hope you have an absolutely fantastic weekend. Don't forget your social distancing, don't forget your mask, but remember to be kind to each other and be thankful for what we have achieved as a globe, that we're all in this together, and the sun will rise again, and we will all beat this, and we will all have a better world at the end of this. When we come out the other side, we will make the world a better place. So bye for now.
Listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Chart's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for Sacred Sessions with Jenna Harmon. Jenna Harmon. Live from JennaRoseHarmon.Wixsite.com/Jenna Harmon Psychic Meet.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv.
This is Sacred Session
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello and good morning, and welcome to Sacred Sessions with Jenna Harmon, Psychic Medium. This is actually number 5. Can you believe it? We've already been on here for about a month and a little bit. And happy 1st of July. For those of you who are in New York, you may not have crossed over yet until the next month. But here in Sydney, Australia, we are on the 1st of July. So we are getting into the second half of the year. Today's on Secret Sessions, I just wanted to say that I have pulled a card this morning, and it is about the third eye. So pretty explanatory, really. It talks about seeing things clearly. It talks about new perception. It talks about you being able to see what needs to be changed, what needs to come in, what is necessities to be leaving your path, to have other things enter your path. So it's all about your perception, your eye, your spiritual eye, how you see the world spiritually, what you need to bring into your world spiritually. So once again, with the first of the month, it coincides with the new. It coincides with the new of how we want things to be and what we want to incorporate into our next little bit of our path. I hope you're all well. I myself have felt quite a bit funny in the energy in the last couple of days. It's been quite intense here for me. It's definitely got me up into my headspace more and kind of dealing with what needs to stay, what needs to go, what's old, what's stagnant, what's unnecessary, and also where I want to be, where I want to go, and what I want to do. So it's an awesome time. It's a really, I like to call these periods kind of fertile times, where you put your expectation out to the universe, and also kind of, well, not really expectation, your desire, your heart's desire out to the universe, and then the universe then responds. So it's a great time for manifestation. It's a great time, especially if you want to manifest how you see the rest of the year panning out for you, and kind of what you want to achieve between now and the end of the year. It's a really good time for those sort of things. So at the moment, I call it a fertile period. It's kind of like that period of time where, say, for instance, you were trying to have a child and you need to do certain things to get things in order for that to possibly occur. I like to think of manifestation in the same sort of way. We have a recipe of what we would like to happen and to go on, and then we kind of have a recipe of the means to get it done more so, or to be available for that beautiful blessing to come into our journey. Anyway, enough chit chat. We have Mackenzie from Benzonia in Michigan. How are you? Good morning.
Good morning. I'm good. How are you?
I'm great, thank you. How can I help you this morning, my love?
I've been thinking about that all day. I'm not really sure exactly. What kind of services do you have, or do you do?
Okay. What I would like to do with you, Mackenzie, if you're fine with that, is to just open in a general way. And what that means is I will connect to your energy and see what comes through. Basically what comes through, what needs to be said, or what needs to kind of be brought to your attention. And then if there is any area, and we have time, that you would love to kind of go to, I'd be quite happy to be drawn to that. Or if you say, hey, I would like to know about my love life, or I'd like to know this and that. But basically what they're telling me, I definitely come in and I have I have a couple in spirit for you. And so it would have to be definitely the grandparents that have been reunited. And it did make me feel like there was quite a chunk of time that they weren't together. But when they're coming in around you, my love, they're actually talking about you in what I was previously talking about, which is kind of sorting out where you're at, what you want to do, and what the next move is. I kind of feel like there's a need for the new to come in with you. So it makes me feel like either I have been on my journey for a little bit and I just feel very stuck, that things aren't moving completely. But I feel like I want a new change, a new shift, some new energy, some new people coming on in. I would like to say that I definitely want to connect to a male energy in the spirit world around you, but it makes me feel like somebody did not pass of old bones. So it makes me feel like this person went to the spirit world before old age, so to speak. I do feel like it was something. I feel like there's a male in the spirit world around you, darling, that did not get old before they crossed over, if that makes sense to you.
Yeah.
I also feel like this was something unexpected. So I feel like there was shock and a shock wave that went through families and whatnot. So I don't know if this was an accident or or something accidentally happened, but I kind of feel like that. I feel like it was circumstantial. I also want to say that I don't know if there's an S around you, an S for Sally, Sarah, Sean, Shane. Doesn't really matter, but I just get an S for you, my sweet nut heart. I also want to say, would Florida or an F state or place make a sense to you, darling, as a connection to either somewhere you've been, where family is, that sort of thing?
But what was that?
Would you have any connection to Florida or the connecting towns around Florida? To be quite honest, I feel like I want to acknowledge Florida. I don't know if you vacation there or you have family there, but I wanted to talk about the F place. And I felt like it was Florida. If not Florida itself, it would be very much around that area. I'm really sorry. I don't know my geography very well of America. I really apologize. But I do want to say that I want to go down toward Florida. It makes me feel like I want to associate to family or those that are down there or a memory. It is a special thing. It's not off the cuff. So they're either talking about a memory or a connection to that area with family and loved ones. I also want to say to you that I want you to, I don't know, and this is not a warning as in a bad thing, but they're asking me to mention a vehicle around you. So I am not sure. They're asking me to mention your car or your vehicle or transportation at the moment.
Oh, geez.
So I don't know if there's some issues going on there. I don't know if your car needs a little service or new tires. It does not feel very, oh my God. So please don't worry about a car. But they're bringing up the fact that there may need some service done to a vehicle, or I need to get a vehicle service to get it back on the road to be able to use. But they're talking about a car situation around you. They want you to know that just wait. They're saying that there's been an intention put out to the universe for quite a while for some change and for some new to come on in. I feel like there is a little bit of a frustration, I guess, in your energy that really wants this change, really would like this new to come on in for you. So there is that frustration, and I do feel and sense that. But I'm going to say to you, sweetheart, is there a girl or a little child, or have you got a daughter? Because I feel like there's young feminine energy around you, my love, and it feels very lovely, like child's energy or children's energy.
I have no kids.
You don't
have a niece. I have nieces.
Okay.
I don't know.
Would your nieces though be connected to the same grandparent situation in the spiritual world? Because that would make perfect sense. The fact that they're talking about the new. Okay, yes. Okay, so they're basically talking about the new additions to their beautiful family tree that has happened since their passing, if not both. I would probably put it to both, to be honest. But it makes me feel like I'm really excited about the new little buds on the family tree with these little angels or these little feminine. I also want to say, is it month that makes significance to you, honey? And is that'd be May, I'm assuming? I get a 5 around you. I wanted to kind of put it to either the 5th of the month or the month of May being significant as either a birthday, passing, or an anniversary. And I also want to say to you that is it you that does the quite physical job, or when you have, I feel as though I do lots of physical work in your energy, and I feel like there may be a desire to change or to slow down with everything I'm giving in a physical way so much. So once again, it's talking about the changes that are going to be taking place or that are needing to come on in for you. Now, Mackenzie, are you current? I feel as though I want to kind of go to the partnership in your journey or the love section. I don't know if there is a situation where you're dealing with a partnership from the past and or that person is still around. I feel as though there's what would usually come up in the tarot set that I use would be the card that is called the Temptation. And technically what that would it be that there's somebody I have had a connection to. Maybe we didn't fulfill our connection in a relationship completely. We didn't hit our full potential. I feel like there's still a love interest or a connection to the love in my life from the past around me still. So it makes me feel like there's either someone that I know and I've had a connection with that is still around me. They themselves are quite tempting because we did not hit our sweet spot. We did not hit our full potential. And I feel as though that person's either still around you or still has a connection or an impact with you, if that makes sense. Your loved ones in spirit want you to know that in the next 2 to 3 weeks, there's going to be a significant change. Things are not going to feel so stuck or so tense or hard to achieve change. They want you to know they're very much around you. I get a beautiful color of violet when I want to connect to the female in your grandparent couple. And I want you to know that they're sending a lot of love to you, my love. They're talking about, they're showing me a bit of a broken heart situation, but they're pushing the heart back together. So they're sending you a lot of heart love and healing. I'm really, really sorry, Mackenzie. I'm going to have to kind of pull back from now, honey. We're going to run out of time. But thank you so much for giving me your time. Thank you so much for allowing me to connect with your loved ones in the spirit world and the energy around you. It is a sacred thing, hence why it's sacred sessions. And I wish you all the best, my love.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome, my dear. And there we are. Here's number 5, nearly over. It's amazing. It really is amazing. Listen, everybody, I want you to take the best care you can of yourself this week. I've got an extra sleep this week with all my little children, and it's done me the world of good. It's made me remember the necessities we need to keep ourselves on top, which is good rest, good food, good water, and good movement. And if we can achieve that, I feel like things aren't so bad.